All right. I finally remembered to do this. We're back to the next iteration of the mascot tournament. Unless I'm stupid, which is entirely possible. Including this, there's only 4 more to go before round 1 is completely done. What's up, Quartz? How's it going? Come on, look, pull up Discord, cooperate, please. But she's at a wedding. Fair enough. All right, who is playing today? We've got North Carolina. Where you be? Is it this? NC State? No, this one. North Carolina versus Maryland. Where's M? KL. I don't know what a testudo is, but it sounds dirty. Yes, go. Select stadium. We always play at... I think my controller's right bumper is going out. Where is it? Where is it? Capital One. Go Hawaii Bowl. Always play at the Hawaii Bowl. It's a neutral ground for everyone involved. Except Hawaii. But I don't know if Hawaii ever showed up in this list. Come on, game. You can do it. I believe in you. There you go. That was a weird flicker. North Carolina. Terrapins. I don't know what a testudo is. Or what a terrapin is. I think a terrapin might be a sea turtle. They look kind of like a Japanese kappa. I feel like a ram would just literally stomp a turtle. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the turtle will cheat like he did in the race against the rabbit. Turtle's not doing too bad. Starting off strong. If the turtle wins, I'm calling him a filthy cheater. All right, they gained nothing. That guy did a flip.
Number 6, the intended receiver on the play. 3rd down.
Isn't UNC something from Halo? Oh, big pass. The Turtles. Turtles being turtly. These people are, in fact, turtly enough for the Turtle Club. He just kept going. He just kept going. The Turtles are cheating. It paid off the competition. Turtles. Cheaters throughout the generations. He's still going. They're still going. Did the Rams learn nothing from the rabbit? Oh, he did the spin move. He spin moved into a touchdown. I've never seen that work in the... I don't know how many of these I've done so far. It's never worked before. The Turtles made it work. They're absolutely cheating. Filthy cheater turtles. Good job, Maryland. Maryland starting off strong. You'd think a herd of rams would be able to stop some turtles, but apparently not. All right. Rams doing good, okay. So far, it seems like everyone just maxed out their offense stats and put no work into defense, I guess. All right. Oh, I thought that was going to be an interception. Weird bird turtles don't have catchy fingers, I guess. Offensive is more fun to watch. This is true. But if the opposite team has good defense, then you get to see quarterback injuries happen. I have no idea what just happened there. Everyone was running. Oh, it's the Seven Nation Army. First appearance of it. We are 7 minutes in. First appearance of Seven Nation Army. I forgot to, I got 2 sodas and a big bottle of water. I forgot about my Seven Nation Army drinking game, or I would have gotten myself a glass of bourbon, too. Third and 16. Oof. Them turtlies. They're a hard shell. Oh, no. Wait. What? Okay. I stopped paying attention for a second. I don't know when the turnover happened.
That makes it 4th and long.
But 4th and 19. Turtles ain't doing good anymore. They're the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, not the Teenage Mutant Football Turtles. I don't know why I'm so tired. I went to bed at 7, woke up at 10, watched most of season 2 of Invincible, and then went back to bed at 1. I guess that's only about half of season 2 of Invincible, and went back to bed at like 1. So I should be fine, but I'm very tired. On a completely different subject, YouTube comments are filthy liars. Oh, interception. Turtle interception. Turtle's going. Turtle's going. He's so fast. Speediest turtle you ever did see. Anyways, YouTube comments are filthy liars. At the end of the Call of Cthulhu Part 1 stream back in 2020. Good Lord, I've been doing this for 4 years. I forgot to end the recording. And I pointed out. And I say something like, oh, I should have ended the recording already. YouTube, I'm sorry. What do you care? Nobody watches this anyways. And I turned that into a short because I thought it was funny. And 3 people have commented going, I'm watching! Exclamation point. The fuck you're not. You watched the short. You didn't watch a damn thing of the actual video. Don't lie to me. I see my analytics. Fuck off. Or don't fuck off. Keep watching. I like it when my number goes up. You watch it. You do. But you didn't comment on that short going, I'm watching. Other people did who don't watch and have never watched before. Turtles off to a very early lead. They paid off the Rams bribery backstage. Backfield? Is it still backstage on a football field? Back stadium? I don't know. I also, talking about just YouTube analytics, I also think it's really funny. Since I started posting the shorts, 10 people have unsubscribed from me, but 29 people have subscribed to me. So I don't know. I guess those 10 people just really hate shorts, but it's not like they were actually watching what I post anyways. So I don't know what's up with that. Oh, the Rams juked the turtle. The turtles fell for one of the classic blunders. Yeah, I don't understand the YouTube audience. Some of the things that I think are hilarious gets no attention. Some of the things that I think is just, hey, this one's mildly amusing, I might as well make it, but I don't think it's going to get that much attention, blow the fuck up. And some things that I think might specifically make someone mad, it's no reaction. But other things that I think this might, this is harmless, it's no problem, make some people mad. And then there's some things where I'm like, this is going to make people mad. And it absolutely does. And then there's some things where I'm like, this will be funny. And it makes people mad. Or other things, this will be funny. And I'm right. I don't know what you want. YouTube, what do you want? You're over 50 subs. Am I over 50? Last I checked, I just hit 50. Although I checked last night at like 11 and I was at 52. I checked this morning, I'm at 51. I check an hour later, I'm back at 52. And then I check before I go live now, I'm at 50. So I don't even think YouTube knows how many subscribers I have. Shorts are helping my channel out. I mean, kinda. they're helping the YouTube channel. Feels like something's in my eyes. It won't go away. They're helping. There's people that subscribe just for the shorts. I don't think any of them are watching the actual videos, which makes me sad. Personally, if there's a person that I find good enough to watch playing a game that I enjoy, I would rather watch the full playthrough than just a bunch of shorts cut out of of a few good moments. But apparently I'm fucking weird. So what the fuck do I know? But I also know that if I didn't start posting shorts, I'd still be at 17 YouTube subscribers. So people like the shorts enough to want more, I guess. You watch me see, you are weird, and I appreciate that.
Number 86 was the intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
But like, there's two of my current favorite YouTube channels to watch.
That's a loss of 7 yards.
One's a much more popular Twitch streamer than me. Dude has like several thousand Twitch subscribers, and like 1.3 million YouTube subscribers. But he's an Australian GTA 5, used to be speedrunner. Now he does like challenge runs and other games and other things. But I'm watching the full playthroughs that he does. He uploads edited, cut down videos. But I'm watching the full playthroughs because I want the full playthrough. Nobody else wants the full playthrough. I'm like the only one, apparently. I'd try to take the time to edit down my current videos to the most interesting bits and still have like a full video, but I don't have the time. Like, the only way I can get the shorts put out is by watching myself at work, which I have to pause every time I get a phone call, which could be a couple hundred times a day. So I'm lucky if I get through one video of mine a day. And even if I'm playing, and I end up playing them at 1.5 speed. If I play them at double speed, I start losing the ability to understand myself. Who was that to? Unk, what are you doing? Who was that to? So even at 1.5 speed, the only reason I was able to get a crap load put out at the beginning was because I started with the short videos, the Peppa Pig, the Venba, the Open Roads, the short 1 hour games. So those were easy to knock out. Plus they were so stupid that I had a bunch of dumbass jokes in there that I thought were hilarious. But then I start going through the rest of the archive, and I've got 2, 3, 4 hour videos to go through. And not all of it's gonna be super interesting, but any of it could be super interesting. So I've got to go through the whole thing. A 4 hour video at 1.5 speed is still going to take 3 hours to get through without interruptions. And I've always got interruptions. So
Gain of 3 on the play.
yeah, shorts output is gonna drop by a lot unless one video gets just like a crap load of them. Watching a playthrough of Tennis Manager with 71 videos in the playlist. Oh, you're like me. Although I probably wouldn't watch Tennis Manager, but like the GTA 5 guy that I was talking about, he does what he calls GTA 5 Chaos, where he's got a thing set up where chat votes for a random effect to happen that could be helpful, but most likely is just going to cause chaos and completely screw what he's trying to do. 135 videos in that playlist. I think I've gotten to 117. I'm not sure what I'm going to use for background noise when this gets done.
Still fourth down.
But then there's another Australia. All of the YouTubers I'm currently watching the most are Australian. That's weird. I don't know how that happened. Does drum streams where he just talks about drums, cymbals, plays along to meme music, just has a fun time. It's fun. And he puts out the full stream, but then he edits it down to output videos from it. Like he pulls out a shitty $5 snare he got from the thrift store just to be like, there's no way this is going to be good. I'm going to add it to the kit and just see how it is out of the box. Or just the weirdest cymbal he could find. Like, just add it to the kit, see what it sounds like, and then talk about it. Compare it to his good cymbals. See what a good cymbal's supposed to sound like, or a good snare. And he outputs that as individual videos. I'd rather watch the full 3-hour stream. I'm fucking weird that way. What's up, bot? How's it going? Sometimes a quiet life is annoying, but an interesting life is terrifying. Ooh, bot! Some 14-year-old looking kid is trying to commit identity theft on you. So, remember when I was streaming Spider-Man and you came in and said you were overthinking, and I decided I'm going to give unsolicited advice. And then you're like, oh, no, wait, it's just me. I'm just trying to play guitar, overthinking music. And I'm like, oh, well, fair enough then. That's okay to overthink. I posted that as a short, and some random ass kid named Caden comments claiming that was him. And I don't know how to respond to it. It's the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen. It's funnier than the troll hate comments I've been getting that I've gotten so far. This is some kid claiming to be you. Alternate universe you is a 14-year-old white boy who plays Roblox. I wouldn't be friends with alternate universe you. I would hate alternate universe you. I would want to stay far away from that because it sounds like an annoying child. But it was the funniest thing. Dude just comes over, just comments, hey, that's me. I didn't expect to find myself in a video. And I'm like, that's not you though. I haven't replied because I don't even know what I would say. But I'm just, every time I see it, I laugh because I'm like, no, that's not you, kid. I know for a fact that ain't you. Well, at least it's kind of restart life, still 14. Hey, if I could go back to 14 and know the things I know now, I'd absolutely do it in an instant. Just skip all of the being a little shit from 14 to 25. It's 4 a.m. there. Why are you awake? Are you overthinking again? Why are you up at 4 a.m.? Fuck that. I'm tired. I don't know why. I went to bed at 7 last night and then woke up at 10, 3 hours later. Then watched like half of season 2 of Invincible. And then went back to bed at 1. And got up at 10 this morning. So I shouldn't be tired. I should be fine. I'm very tired. Watching the Champion League final. Oh. In American terms, it's like the Super Bowl. Well, fair enough. That's definitely something to stay up late or get up early for. You don't know what the name of the video where the comment happens? Unsolicited bad advice makes me look foolish online. I believe that is the title. Got up early for it. Okay, fair enough. My video. Wait. Yes, unsolicited bad advice makes me look foolish online. It was posted. Nine days ago. Halftime. Oh shit, I should be running an ads for Nissan right now. I forgot that whole bit. I forgot about my ad bit. Oh well. Too late now. They wouldn't end before it starts up again. That was halftime. Remember, kids, go buy a Nissan. At some point, the Rams made a touchdown. I don't know when, because I was too busy laughing at people on YouTube. I can't believe you made that into a short. Maybe you're kind of cringe. The only cringe in that video is me. Not, for one, giving advice that nobody asked for. Unsolicited advice is just a dick move to do. If someone wants advice, they're gonna ask for it. Hey, what do you think I should do? Or what would you do about this? Not, hey, I'm gonna tell you what I think, how I think you should handle this, with no prompting from you. That was my fuck up. And then two, not asking for any context, just assuming it was random life shit. Instead, but then you're like, oh no, it's just music. I'm like, oh, well, ignore everything I just said then. You're not kind of... The only cringe in that video was me. It was absolutely me. Which is why I made it into a short. The entire point of this is to make me look stupid for your entertainment. If I'm succeeding at that, that's what I'm here for. The only Twitch chat that I can remember that I included in a short that I would call cringe came from Neon. In one of the Spider-Man ones, where the game broke, and Neon puts in chat, "The roof, dude," and I'm like, "The roof? You mean this roof that I broke already? That I'm in the building of? Where nothing is happening? That roof?" So just because Neon wasn't paying attention, he's trying to point things out that I already tried, and the game broke. Hey, the Rams pull ahead. Advice out of nowhere is okay. Your tone was friendly. If someone gave advice and scolded you out of nowhere for overthinking, they're assholes and psychopaths. Who would scold someone for overthinking? Literally everyone overthinks sometimes. And it gets even worse if you have some kind of anxiety or depression, which, I don't know, maybe it's the echo chamber I'm part of, but it seems like everyone in their from 20 to 40 has some kind of anxiety or depression. But that might just be my bubble that I'm a part of. I don't know. They're annoyed for people being depressed. Fuck them. But not actually. Take out your depression on them. Instead of killing yourself, kill them. I'm sorry I made myself laugh. Dark. Don't. That was, that one may have been too much. I'm not sure. You know someone, don't listen to them. They're stupid anyways. Besides, I used to overthink about things. I still do, but I used to too. And the only thing that what works for me is don't think about it. Ignore it, and it'll go away. Who would win? 1 ram or 3 turtles? Apparently 3 turtles. Why do you keep trying to run it? It hasn't worked at all. You went nowhere. You made no progress. You'll be lurking, be back. Second half start. Second half has already started. This is the 3rd quarter. Oh, you mean in the game you're watching? Sorry. I'm dumb. In the actually important game. Have fun. Hey, Quartz, if you're still here and paying attention, I'm pretty sure I ask this question every time I do one of these football streams. but I always forget the answer. And you're the only one currently here who knows about American football. What is a safety and how does it work? I just remember years and years ago playing some football game on the PlayStation 1 with my friend who lived across the street. And I didn't know anything about football. I was like 6. I still don't, but I know more now than I did then. But my friend would always win because he kept getting safeties and racking up 2 points, 2 points, 2 points, 2 points. And I have no idea what I was doing or what he was doing. And I never understood. I don't understand it. And I still don't know. 24 years later. Where the defensive tackles an offensive player in the offensive end zone. Oh. Okay. I get he must have been just making me think I was doing good because I didn't know any better and then letting me get him. Which looking back now, dude was trolling me because I didn't know any better. And don't worry, I'm going to absolutely forget that in 6 months when the next one is. Why do you keep trying to run it? It's not working. It's not going to work. It's never going to work. I mean, it might work, but it's not likely to work. You keep... You're...
That was a loss of 1 yard on the play. That'll make it 4th and 2.
Hey! Running it actually worked. And they didn't go for the punt. I totally thought they were going to go for the punt because they always go for the punt, even if there's no reason to go for the punt. They passed it. Holy, and look, it worked. Who'd have thunk? Computers are stupid. Tackles or making the offensive player or the football go out of bounds while in the offensive's own end zone. So in that case, is that the defense getting the safety points then? I don't. Okay. In which case, maybe he wasn't trolling me. Maybe I was just really bad. And also just didn't understand what I was doing. Interception. Okay, Unk, you gotta pass it, but when you pass it, do it well. Don't pass it to the other team. Running doesn't work. Passing to someone that has 3 other defenders around them doesn't work either. That's not a difficult concept to figure out. I say while UNC is currently in the lead. Big pass. I appreciate the attempt. Herps? Oh, because they're like terrapins or something. You went backwards. Why do the Rams have paws? Rams don't have paws. Who decided to give the Rams paws? Do the turtles have paws? I want to see the turtle hands. See, there you go. When you don't do things wrong, things work out. The person who made the costume. Fair enough. Holy crap, running it worked. Sounds like someone's just shouting ceasefire. That didn't work. Turtle fingers. Okay, turtles got like 3 fingers. Or 2 fingers? 3 fingers and a thumb, so they're almost Ninja Turtle-y. Not quite Ninja Turtle-y. Big. That was terrible. Okay. That was weird. I don't know. I do not recommend looking up, do Rams have claws? Well, now I'm going to do it. Do Rams have claws? I typoed and almost put, do Rams have laws? Now I just want to see Bighorn Lawyer. This is the weirdest search results. Facts about male bighorn sheep, their size, their habitat, their diet. We got horn anatomy. More facts about bighorn sheep. Onychographosis, ram's horn toenail, which is a human condition. Bird website, talon versus claw. A rat website. What do rats use their claws for? A vet website about for facts about cat claws. And then a website called Cat World about cat claws. There ain't nothing about rams in here. I still want to know what the Ram laws are, though. Forget legal eagle. Legal Ram is where it's at. Ooh. This is a very close game. Are we going to do it? Are you going to do it? You did it. The Terps pulled ahead again. Pat? What's Pat? What does Pat mean? Courts. What does Pat mean? I know what kickoff means. I don't know what Pat means. Pat's a guy. Pat, yeah. Where right now it says 1st and 10. It said Pat. P-A-T. All caps. I don't know what that means. Pat's just a dude. He's the guy you go meet up with at a bar to catch up with every 3 years that you've known since like high school. But you don't talk ever except when you meet up with him. And you're just like, one day both of you are just like, you know who I haven't seen in a while? And it's like at the same time you're pulling out your phone to text the other one, and then you're typing it out before ding. Oh, hey, I was just about to text you. You want to meet up for dinner? Absolutely. Point after touchdown. Okay, that makes sense. Like how I just made up this entire backstory for some guy named Pat, when it's just a fancy way to say extra point. Oh, I thought that was an interception. It was not. Wow, they had Terps had no blockers.
That'll bring up 3rd and 8.
UNC now needs a touchdown to tie it up, the extra point to pull ahead. When they did just need a field goal to tie it up. It got 2 minutes to make it happen. Could happen. But with how they've been playing, probably not. I don't know why I'm punching myself. If you ask, I have no answers for you.
Loss of 6 yards on the play. That'll make it 2nd and 1. Number 2 spikes the ball.
What just happened?
That'll bring up 3rd and long.
I have no idea what just happened. Oh, Uncle, you're doing terribly. Are you going to give it back to them already? Are they going to pull ahead even more? Wow. That was terrible. I guess it's possible for UNC to get 2 touchdowns within a minute. I don't think it's very likely. Oh, they went for the 2. They didn't have to. They're just adding insults. The Turtles. They got a big head after that win against the Rabbit, and they've been riding that high ever since. Absolutely paid off the Rams in the back locker rooms. They have less numbers than UNC in every area except the one that matters. Why did it look like the Ram was trying to tackle his own quarterback? Hashtag rigged. Absolutely. This game is rigged 100%.
That brings up 3rd and 14.
Oh my God. The Terts are literally running away with it.
Makes it 3rd and goal.
Another one. Rams, you could at least try to make it look like you weren't bribed. This is awful. And there's the game. You see that? That's the football. Game? Did the game break? The clock is still counting down. What the fuck happened? The clock stopped.
Delay of game, offense.
I have no idea what just happened there. The game broke. They got a 5-yard penalty. To the extra point kick. Like that would matter. I guess with oh, UNC has no timeouts left. Maryland's got no chance. Maryland's not bringing this back. Ugh. Not a bad break. Yeah, somehow pausing and unpausing fixed it. So the keyboard I got for the iMac, somehow the S, the D, and the C have gotten worn down. I don't know how those keys specifically got worn down. I don't know. And no other keys. Command is fine. Option is fine. It's only S, D, and C. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what the previous user for this keyboard was doing. But they really like their SDC keys. It was so close for so long. And then UNC just started falling apart. Exit game. Have you tried Online Dynasty? I don't think the servers are still on. So no. Next up is Utah versus North Texas. Bird v. Bird. I hit start game. No, I didn't put them at Hawaii. The results are going to be rigged. Oh no. It'll be faster to just close the game. EA Sports.
EA Sports.
It's in the game. All rights reserved. Blah, blah, blah. Hashtag not Hawaii. It's got to be at Hawaii. Got to keep the results consistent. Not USF, Utah. And North Texas. Bird v. Bird. And I have to put them in Hawaii. Oh, landed right on it. Now we can start the game. Gotta be scientific with this. All variables the same. Always in Hawaii. Utah Utes. North Texas Mean Green. Okay.
6, back to return.
Isn't a Ute Australian truck? But like not really a truck because it's smaller and more useful. Shots fired at Ford.
Number 13 carries the ball. That's a gain of 4 on the play. That makes it 2nd and 6.
That was the sloppiest first down I have ever seen, but they still got the first down, so it doesn't matter. Hey, clock says 4:44. And now it doesn't. Why were you going backwards? Where are you going? What are you doing? I don't think this bird doesn't know how to run. So used to flying everywhere. Doesn't know how legs work.
Number 13 with the carry. Gain of 5 on the play. That makes it 3rd and 3.
All right, he just snuck right on through. Making progress. The birds look like they are sick. Well, it is bird flu season. So, watch out, kids. Don't come to this game. Everyone in the audience here is going to get very sick with bird flu. This is a very quiet game so far. Hashtag short. Maybe. I haven't gone through any of the NCAA videos for shorts, partly because they're so long. Like each one is like, except for the very first one where I had to split it in 2 parts because I didn't know how long it would take. But each one is like 6 hours long. And that would take me so long to go through.
That's a gain of 9 on the play. That brings up 2nd and 1.
Like this stream is probably going to end 5 hours from now. End up being like 8:30 by the time I'm done here. But 6 hours isn't an unheard of stream length. It's not terrible. Anything longer might be. Plus, there's just... It's more of a chatting stream. There's not too many things I can comment on. Like, chatting a lot right now, doing my best to at least. But a lot of the time... Like if someone's watching football, you're just watching and going and then shouting at the screen every so often. Oh, interception. Utah took it again. There's only so much that could actually happen. Coffee 24-hour stream would be funny to watch. You know, just like I've said before, I would do a 24-hour stream for a significant event, hitting some significant milestone, or if I get big enough where a charity stream would actually matter. I don't see either of those happening anytime soon. A big milestone would have to be like 50 subscribers on Twitch. 50 Twitch subscribers. Which ain't gonna happen anytime soon. I've got 1 right now. And I'm pretty sure it's because Neon's Prime sub ran out. And then I've got 2 viewers right now. And I'm pretty sure one of them is me. So I'm not getting anywhere close to being big enough for a charity stream to have a point at all yet. Those are the only two scenarios where I can think of where doing a 24-hour stream would be something I would actually want to do. 12-hour stream. I did a 12-hour stream for my birthday like 2 or 3 years ago. Last time you did this, it got copyright claimed.
I've got some looks that drive so cool while I've got some moves.
Which is weird because it was in Phoenix Wright, and there were like 3 points in that game where I just stopped talking and turned the music up. So I thought when I uploaded that video and it said copyright, I thought it was gonna be Phoenix Wright music, in which case fair enough. But no, WWE was like, this video's ours now for 15 seconds out of a 3-hour video. YouTube's copyright system is fucking stupid. You as well. What? You're my other viewer? Yeah, I'm pretty sure my 2 viewers right now are you and me. Do better, YouTube. They can't. Remember when Google's slogan was "Don't be evil"? They ditched that real hard. I say as I just ordered myself another Android phone earlier today. I thought about switching to iPhone because iPhone's got better privacy protections, but I just really hate the UI. I do not like the iPhone UI. But there's 3 things that would have made me were making me lean towards iPhone. That was iPhone's got better privacy protections simply because Apple controls everything. You can just turn off "Don't send other people my data" in one setting, and Apple will be like, okay, all our App Store apps, don't take any of this from this person. And they have to comply with that. In Android, you have to tell every app individually, don't take my data, don't take my data. Or in some apps, you can't even turn that off. They just do that. MagSafe is a fucking fantastic idea. You know how Apple is always stealing features from Android to implement later? MagSafe is something they did first. That's real good idea. I don't know why no Android phone manufacturer ever thought of putting magnets under the wireless charging pad and then making accessories for that. Android had USB-C and NFC payments and all of these other features 10 years before iPhone ever did. But nobody ever thought to line up wireless charging with magnets to make sure you get it on there right. Android, the fuck? And nobody's thinking to do that now. The one thing you could take from iPhone to make your phones better. Instead, you copied them taking away the headphone jack. The fuck? And the third thing that Apple does better than Android, Face ID. I've discovered being able to lift up my phone, look at it, and it unlocks is fantastic. And the way Apple does it is, one, more secure. Two, will work in the dark. The way Android does it, someone could hold a picture of your face up to the front camera and it would turn on and it would unlock. It also doesn't work in the dark. But then Android has a better UI, a more customizable UI, better widgets, can do more things. I do more things that end up being Android exclusive with this than I do with iPhone things. And so it ends up being, I just won't download apps that I can't turn off, that I can't turn on privacy protection for. And I'll deal with telling it, don't take my data on every app that can be turned off that I use, which isn't much. I also, at this point, just don't use my phone for very much anymore. I'm old now. I use it for Discord, looking something up, and occasionally a casual game, which will most likely end up being on the Xbox Game Pass cloud gaming. So, meh. I mean, I might use Spotify to find new music, or if I feel like listening to music I haven't put into my library yet. But most of the time, even if I'm listening to music, I've got 5,000 songs downloaded to a hard drive that I can pick from. And I'm always adding more. Because streaming services are stupid. Listen to music mostly on YouTube. Ugh. And you got new speakers and you're still listening to compressed music? Gross. I'm kidding. For 99% of people, what you're doing is going to be perfectly fine. You're not gonna care or notice if someone plays you a YouTube music file versus a high-res FLAC file. But there's some things that, for some songs, you can notice a difference. You can pick things out that you wouldn't be able to in a heavily compressed MP3 or YouTube file. And I've discovered I really, really like noticing new things I never have before in my music. So my entire music library is all, at the very least, CD quality. And the only time I listen to music on YouTube is when I'm at work, which I haven't in a while either, because I've been going through my own videos, doing stream work while at work. But then sometimes, like more recently, I've been in a rockabilly mood. So the only rockabilly I have on my physical library is Stray Cats, and a indie band called The High Jivers. I forgot their band name, but I've got 2 stickers on my water bottle. And I wanted more variety, so I opened up Spotify. Music from YouTube on your TV, not your desktop mode. Oh, that's even worse. TV speakers are terrible. I mean, again, 95% of people, that's going to be fine. But just the way TVs, unless you've got like a sound bar or external speakers or headphones plugged into your TV. Ugh. Speakers built into TVs are awful. Nope. They've got no range. And they're pointed away from you. You get no bass, you get no top end. It's all mids. And they're pointed away from you, so you're not even getting... The wall is getting all the sound. A cheap set of computer speakers plugged into a headphone jack in the back of your TV would work better. At least they'd be pointed at you. Or make like I did and get lucky with a coworker who had a set of speakers she literally never used. So you just get free speakers that nowhere near hi-fi quality. But for what they are, pretty fantastic. For free speakers, I could have done so much worse very easily. Fantastic free speakers. My only complaint about my free speakers that I'm using right now actually doesn't have anything to do with the speakers themselves. The brand that she lost half of the power cable, the part that plugs into the wall. And the speaker brand is Smart. The brand name is Smart. If you try Googling smart speakers or smart brand speakers, you find a bunch of wireless, Bluetooth, connect with your phone, internet speakers that are very much not this. It is impossible to find any information on these speakers because of the brand name. So I could not find a replacement power cable. I had to injure myself to MacGyver together one. My left hand, I've got a scar here that I got back in, I want to say 2012. I was, no, because I was working at Walmart, so it must have been 2014 or 15. I was flipping a butterfly knife just casually. I was watching something on YouTube, casually flipping it, and it slips out of my hand. I watch in slow motion as it arcs in front of me, comes down, cuts a chunk out of my hand, lands on the floor. Now I've got a scar that looks like a smile on my hand. And then I've got a scar on my finger from slicing my finger open, trying to get the plastic off of a power cable. People shouldn't let me have knives. My left hand is gonna be shredded if people keep letting me have knives. You know what makes... I just had this thought because I've been on a rant for like, I don't know how long it's been that I've been just talking about bullshit. You know what makes it hard to make a YouTube short when you're me? I pause for several seconds in the middle of a sentence. So a thought that should take a minute tops to explain ends up taking a minute and a half, 2 minutes, because I keep pausing in the middle of the sentence before I talk again. So I have to cut out 2-second chunks of silence just to make it fit within a space to be a short. Buy a Nissan, kids. I think I hit the button too late. I did indeed hit the button too late.
Number 3, deep to return.
So I'm just gonna... Look, Quartz, I don't know if you have an ad right now, but I hit the button too late for the Nissan bit. So we're just gonna sit here for 30 seconds until this ad break is over. Then we'll let the game keep going because I done goofed. You do not? Well, you're also the only one here. But there's only 10 seconds left. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're good. Your bot did though. Oh, your bot's the second viewer. It's not even counting me. It's counting you and you, isn't it?
Red 2, green down.
So what I'm learning from this game is North Texas sucks. I'm not even sure how Utah got 27 points. But 3 touchdowns and a field goal, I guess. But North Texas ain't done shit. Hey, bot's still here. Champions League winner, is it Real Madrid or Real Madrid? 2-0 against Borussia Dortmund. I probably mispronounced all of that. But congratulations, R Madrid, for their 15th championship. They did it again! Are people sick of them yet? Holy shit, North Texas is on the board. They actually got points. It's not a blowout. Shut out. Close out. Shut out. Blowout and close out are store sales. Barcelona is punching air right now. I'm assuming that means cheering, but I don't actually know. It could be, oh, damn it. Or it could be, woo, 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 woo. Great morning for you. So, the team you're a fan of won, I take it? Woo, good for you. Or did you place bets? Did you make some money off it? The weird frame flicker there. That was weird.
That makes it 3rd and 3.
Been a fan of Madrid since 2011. Never bet. It's against your belief. I mean, is it still gambling if you know you're gonna win? It's like when someone says, when you say something that you know is correct, and someone says, no, you're wrong, and you go, you want to bet? And they say yes. And go, okay, let's put money on it. And then you look it up, and you're right, and you know you were right. Is it still gambling? Or is it just taking an idiot for being a sucker that they are? It's funny because the live stream has a Twitch chat. What?
That makes it 1st and 10.
Of your football game? Football? Not sure what that was. Big pass to nobody.
Receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd and 10.
Game you watch, hard to watch football, soccer here in PA. Which is weird. I would, although I guess maybe it's not so much a fan thing as it is a infrastructure thing. I don't know what the internet cable infrastructure is like there.
6 on the play. That brings up 4th and 3.
Probably, I don't know. That's about to make a comment, but then I might be talking out my ass because I don't fucking know. I barely know about American infrastructure. I have no reason to comment on other countries. Not a football, really? Love basketball, and you are small people. That just means you need your own NBA. NBA is just National Basketball Association. National. You could have a Filipino NBA, FNBA. I had to stop myself from saying Philadelphia NBA for some reason. Not sure how my brain tried to put you in Philadelphia. That makes no fucking sense. Because of American influence, one of the weird priorities you inherit. Baseball would make sense. American football would make more sense. Yeah. So you took basketball from America? I mean, sure, basketball's popular here, but it's not nearly as big as football and baseball. Well, that's interesting. If I had to pick my favorite of those the big three sports in America, I'd probably have to go with basketball. A personal favorite's hockey, though. I like watching hockey. I don't think the Philippines is great for hockey, though. You have PBA, and no one is really watching it because of mismanagement, and it's boring. Imagine you're 6'3", and your position is a center. Fair enough. But, yeah, it makes sense then. Is mostly point guard. See, we're getting into... I don't really know the positions on basketball. My entire basketball experience has been like, your spot is here, your spot is here, you cover this area, and if you get the opportunity, take the shot or pass it to someone open who can take the shot. That's how most, like, pickup games or middle school basketball that I played, that's how that went. Like, these are your areas to your zones to cover. If you get the opportunity, take the shot or pass it to someone who can. Filipino need to invest on field sports since you're both on agility and strength. Vertical and height is lacking for you. Field hockey, dude. Get in on that field hockey. Watching any other sports in North America than basketball, besides when it's time for March Madness. Even baseball? But, like, not even... You prefer baseball over basketball? Like, I'll enjoy going to a baseball game. But if someone puts a baseball game on TV, I am just zoning out and ignoring the entire thing. Half the reason half the people go to a baseball game is for the overpriced beer and hot dogs. Would rather invest in your own version of football. Hey, there you go. That would work too. I just want to see more people getting into brawls in the middle of a sporting event. That's half the reason to go to a hockey game, to see the fights break out. You love baseball. Even watching it. I don't get how, like, even on TV, watching it, who likes watching baseball on TV? I've tried. I used to be super into baseball for a little bit. Every time I tried watching it on TV, I fell asleep. I couldn't do it. Granted, that's similar to American football. Watching it on TV, I zone out or fall asleep. I can't do it. If I'm going to a game, I'll have a great time. I'll get invested. The only sport, not counting pro wrestling, which is sports entertainment, not a sport, mostly just entertainment, that I can get invested in and watch on TV has been hockey. The only sad thing is that you only support some team if they win. You get bored if they don't win. So you're a country of fair weather fans. For shame. I want to invest mostly basketball, and it's annoying. Nothing against basketball, though. That's the only focus. Kind of stupid that you're invested in tall people sports.
That makes it 2nd and 8.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know much about the sports culture over there, but I feel like there's some anthropological study that could be done on Filipino sports culture just to see how that even happened and why. I'd read about that. I'd watch that documentary on National Geographic.
Number 17, the intended receiver on the play. That'll bring up 4th and 5.
I've also got a really dumb question that has nothing to do with what we were talking about. And I don't even know if you know the answer. But in English, why is the Philippines spelled with a PH, but Filipino is spelled with an F? I've been confused about that for years.
13 with a run. That's good for a gain of 7 yards. That makes it 2nd and 2.
If America didn't colonize us, we would be playing football right now. Okay, sure, but how did you get basketball? And not football or baseball? I get, if anything, soccer football would be the easiest sport. All you need is a couple lines and a ball. Basketball, you need a goal on a pole and a ball. Just like the NBA, because you dislike a lot of media butt kissers who are the league's top stars. You mean like in the NFL and the MLB and every other sport ever? That's how sports do when you're like the biggest industry in the country. Filipino is the English pronunciation. Filipino, if it's in your language. Japan, they call themselves Nihonji. Right.
Number 34 with the catch.
Okay.
Gain of 2 on the play. That makes it 2nd and 8.
All right. I'll take your word for it because
That makes it 3rd and 11.
I have more questions, but I'm too dumb to think of what they actually are right now. Tangentially related. I read on Reddit, and you know how everything on Reddit is 100% true, that someone said gaijin is a slur. Is that true? 'Cause as far as I understood it, gaijin just meant foreigner or not Japanese person. Is that like a xenophobic slur or something? It's a slur. It's informal. Oh, I had no idea. I just
That brings up 2nd and 5.
Gaikokujin is the formal. Oh. Ew. I just thought that was the word for not Japanese person.
Gain of 16 on the play. 1st down.
I had no idea. Wait. So does that wait, so if I go to Japan
Makes the tackle.
and someone calls me gaijin,
That brings up 2nd.
should I be offended? Can I call myself gaijin in that case? I don't. Who should nobody be saying Gaijin? Should we be mad at Gaijin Goomba for calling himself that on YouTube? Nope. No, nope to what? I asked like 3 questions there. The final score to a game I paid no attention to. If you're a foreigner, you're not somehow allowed to be offended. Drive home safe in your Nissan. What's the... Ooh, that's why I wasn't paying attention. This game was boring as hell. If they call you Gaijin, it's normal. Okay. So then, how is... If it... I guess I just don't understand Japanese slurs. Or I'm severely misunderstanding what a slur is. Am I gonna get canceled because I said Gaijin over and over and over in this in the past few minutes? Just don't think that they will offend you. It's not in their nature. I mean, I think I'm gonna get called fat a lot if I go there. Virginia Tech. Oh my God, I hate it. You're not gonna get canceled. Good. I haven't made it big at all. I can't get canceled yet. I'm not rich enough to be canceled. Versus Connecticut. A lot of birds in these matchups. Wait, didn't we have him already? Quartz, you have a better memory than I do. Didn't we do Connecticut before already? I can also search, I guess. Connecticut's remaining. I guess we didn't. Wait, we did? I don't have them. Maybe? I only have Connecticut in the remaining list, not in the matchup list. But I swear I remember Jonathan coming up before. Oh yeah, we did. No, we didn't. That was me posting yesterday. Remaining list. I guess we didn't, because I don't have a matchup posted with them. They're just in the remaining list. I swear I remember choosing Jonathan before. Oops. All right, whatever. Gotta go back to Hawaii. Back to Hawaii. Go back to Hawaii. Back to Hawaii. It's really nice there. Stato. There was a YouTube video you watched about what they think of the Philippines and Filipinos in Japan. Some of them say banana. At the same time, true because you're top importers of bananas to Japan. I mean, that's to me that makes sense. Because if I'm asked what's the first thing I think of when I think of Colombia, first is coffee and then is cocaine. If I'm asked what the first thing I think of when I think of China is cheap product. Cheap labor, cheap product. So that's just the first thing to think of because that's the only interaction with the Philippines they have on a daily basis. That turkey is terrifying. And so is Jonathan. Who named it Jonathan? Of all the mascot names. Who names their dog Jonathan? Jonathan should definitely eat turkey.
That makes it 1st and 10.
Man left, man left. Four down, four down. Get down.
Number 91 on the tackle. That's a gain of 7 on the play.
It's on a similar thing. First thing I think of when I think of South Korea is Samsung. And then it's StarCraft 2. Which isn't even Korean. That's just they had the best StarCraft 2 esports team. I hope you're doing well. I'm all right. Not bad. I'm here, hanging out. Ordered a new phone today. Which means, it's scheduled to get here June 4th or 5th. Which means this camera's getting an upgrade. Because I'll be putting this in the place of that. So, got a better camera. Guys watched the WWE event last time. Oh yeah, I saw you pop in. But you immediately left again. So, wasn't sure what that was about. Hope you're doing okay. Planning to buy a Samsung phone. They're good phones. Even the mid-range ones and the cheap ones are still not terrible. Oh, terrible pass. Turnover turkeys. Turkey turnover. Jonathan, how could you? I know I'm getting old because that phone that you're watching me on was the Note 8. At the time, the biggest phone on the market. This is the Note 20 Ultra. At the time, 4 years ago, biggest phone on the market. I liked the big phones. I liked the powerful phones. But then I realized I don't use the power that this thing has in it. This is overkill. The most intensive thing I use this for is Xbox cloud gaming. And the processing isn't even isn't even handled by the phone. So I just got the basic S24. Because I still wanted a good phone. But I'm also tired of massive phone that takes up my entire pocket. So I got basic S24 because it's small. Still a good phone. And it's not overkill for me. I mean, it still technically is for what I actually use my phone for. But occasionally I do other things with it, just not very often. And I honestly think this might be the last phone upgrade I get for several years, because I just don't care anymore. Samsung's promised to support the S24 line for 7 years. So I'm just gonna stop paying attention to phones for a bit, because none of them are interesting anymore. If I really want to go back to a massive phone, I'll put my SIM card back in this. I'll have a small phone for anything else I want to do with it. Phones are boring now. The only thing interesting they're doing is flip phones, and those are overpriced as hell. Don't go to Discord that often now because of personal reasons. Had some experiences you don't want to feel again. Fair enough. If that was something that happened in my channel, I'm very sorry. If it wasn't, I'm very sorry that happened to you. If it was, please DM. If it was something that happened in my space, please DM me. I would like to make it right. If it wasn't, you don't have to do anything. I'm just sorry that happened. Planning to buy a Chinese phone since you had one for 6 years, but the security updates are getting worse. It's just hype in the beginning. I don't know anything about the Chinese phones, because the only way I can get a good phone at a reasonable price is through my cell carrier. And the OnePlus, the Xiaomi's, AT&T doesn't offer those. I don't know why. I only know they exist because of cell phone YouTube. But I have no way of getting them, so I see a bunch of rants and raves praising the phone when it comes out, but I don't know anything about their long-term use. Huawei, oh yeah, Oppo, Xiaomi, OnePlus. Yeah, all of them. I hear great things about some of their phones, but it's always within first coming out, so I don't know how. I have no idea how usable and good as a daily phone they are after that first release. Not on your channel. My server in Chiefs is the only server you're in. Okay. Glad to hear it wasn't mine. Again, I'm sorry whatever happened, but I would be I don't know what the word is. I'd need to fix things if something happened in my area. It's all hype and later it's bad. Fair enough. Personally, I've never had... The only issue I have with the Samsung phones is Samsung shoves an ungodly amount of uninstallable bloatware on them. There are so many things that Samsung pre-installs that I don't want and will never use that I cannot get rid of. It's very annoying. But other than that, especially with the new S24 line, they've promised support and security updates for 7 years. So I think I'll be good for at least that long with this next phone. Kind of unhinged. I mean, compared to other people we've talked to in Discord, I'm not going to name names, but I'm thinking of at least 3, maybe 4 people. You're nowhere close to unhinged. Trust me. I'm curious what went down because I like hearing about drama that I wasn't part of, but I'm not going to ask because you already specifically said you don't want to deal with it again. So yeah, all in all, phones are spying on you. So what gives? I mean, you can turn off data collection. You can turn off data collection and tracking, but that involves a level of trust that I don't think anyone actually has in massive phone companies. It goes back to, I think you were watching your football game at the time when I was, or you might not have shown up yet. I don't remember. That was one of the reasons I was considering moving to iPhone, is because they have better security and privacy than Android does, simply because Apple keeps everything contained within itself. They lock everything down a lot tighter than anything on Android.
Still fourth down.
But there are things I use my phone for that iPhone can't do, and I just really hate the iPhone UI. So it was never going to be worth it to me when I'm just like, all right, I'm trusting Google to not track me now. It's all in the past, just avoiding some stuff, just want to chill. Perfectly acceptable. Absolutely. That's what we're here for. Chill out. I'd say grab a drink, but I don't think you drink. Grab a water, grab a Coke. You can, those are fine. Kick back, relax, have a good time. That's what we're here for. You wish it was 2020 again?
That makes it 2nd and 2.
How old was I then? That was 4 years ago? I would have been 26. Is that right? Is that? No, that can't be. How old am I? My brain stopped doing math.
That brings up 2nd and 5.
I don't want it to be 2020 again because 2020 was awful. And so was 2021 and a bit of 2022. But going back in time 4 years without the catastrophic global events that happened. That'd be good. That'd be great. 2020 in terms of chilling with the community. There you go. That's how it, that 2020 was definitely a good time for that. Turnover. Jonathan got the ball. You'd think being a dog, he would keep hold of that ball more than he has. Because they have great features, but now you're settling to Samsung because 4 years security. I don't know which model you're looking at, but Samsung is advertising the S24 line as having 7 years support and security updates. So I don't know how much phone you can afford, but if you're only A55, only it's 5 years is still not bad. Considering most phone manufacturers at this point go for two or 3 years tops with their non-flagships. So, plus the A series is still a decent phone. Can't really go wrong with anything Galaxy. Also, don't play games on the phone. It feels weird. The only games I still play on my phone are Xbox Cloud Gaming and emulated Game Boy games. And even then... Oh, I think I left it in the other room. I have a the Razer Kishi. Basically, it's like Switch controllers, but for your phone. So you've got Xbox style controllers that go on each side of your phone. Makes it a lot easier to play Xbox games or any kind of emulated console game or anything. Ends up making more action-intensive like Game Boy games. Like I had Metroid and Mega Man games emulated, downloaded on the phone, but I couldn't play them because the touch controls are awful. So I just played Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or other turn-based games because they're simple and doable on a touchscreen. That Kishi controller, I can play anything. Have guitar tuners, piano, and a drum app. I've never trusted a phone guitar tuner, especially since I've still got this and it works fine. I need new cables though. This piece keeps coming loose on every single cable I have with it. I've got like 4 of these cables and they all just keep coming loose. Or maybe I should just invest in some Loctite or something. Guitar tuner app when you're going to guitar stores and check on guitars. Fair enough. You could, I mean, also just bring your own one of these. Plus, every time I've gone to a guitar store and asked for a tuner, they've been like, oh yeah, here you go. Give it back when you're done. It's never been an issue. But hey, you don't have to, if you've got one on your phone, you don't have to talk to people for it. Plus, now that I think about it, there's gotta be some niche guitarist product where it's a USB-C to 1/4-inch jack where that would actually make a guitar phone app tuner decently accurate. I wonder if that's a thing. It should be. It's just a microphone. And there's already USB-C microphones you can plug into your phone. So, oh, halftime. You know what that means, kids? It's time to buy a Nissan. Too introverted, you just ask, hey, can I try this? And that's it. Don't want to ask too much. They might think you'll buy one. That's fair. But I don't know if you're getting ads and just can't hear me right now. So all of my talking will wait until the ad break is over. You had ads earlier. It's halftime. Halftime is ad break time. Buy a Nissan, kids. Ads are over. The only time I've ever actually gone to a guitar store was when I already knew I wanted to buy something, just to try out what the models were. And if I just found something I fell in love with that day, I'd buy it then and there. But most of the time, I'm trying things out to order it for cheaper online later when I get home. Unless it's like cable tuners, those kind of things where I'm like, it's cheap no matter where you get it. So I might as well just buy it in store, take it home now. What I want to get that I won't be able to, at least until I have a bigger space. House hunting starts in September. Here's hoping. I want to get an electric drum kit. Electric because it's quieter. Jonathan! Because it's quieter for everyone else and I can just plug headphones into it. And I follow a drum guy on YouTube who said it's like a sit-down treadmill. So put on something and just start jamming out to it. Plus I'd be learning the drums as I do it. I can keep rhythm with my top half. I can keep rhythm with my bottom half. Put them together, I lose all rhythm. So gaining that skill of, what's the word? Coordinating my feet and my hands would be something I would like to do. I want to buy an electric drum kit too. Also a bass guitar and a keyboard. Planning to create a studio in your room. That'd be cool. I wouldn't mind a keyboard, but it's a bit low on my list of instruments to get. I got the bass just so I could play Motorhead songs and pretend to be Lemmy. The guitar, I'm shit at, but have fun with anyways. You gonna become a full solo band man? Start going to open mic nights in your area? It's like, hey, I wrote this song. It's called blah, 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 blah. It goes out to all the ladies in the audience. Start singing to a bar of 50-year-old women. Become a Bandcamp SoundCloud rock star. There are songs you want to play that has keyboards so the music is balanced. Want to learn piano again? I would also like to relearn piano. I used to be good at it for a 10-year-old. Like, for a 10-year-old, I was very good at it. But then I stopped. And I don't understand. I can't make my hands do two different things anymore. And I don't understand how I ever could anymore. It's fucking weird. Is this the second game? This is the third game. Yukon just makes me think of Alaska. Which is nowhere close to where that is.
That brings up 2nd and 5.
I kind of want to do an open mic night. Show up. It's like karaoke, but you provide the music for yourself. Making your own music. I don't know what I would do. Last girl I was dating, she occasionally has a sousaphone, and we were gonna be goofy and do a open mic night and do a rock song. Me on guitar, shouting the words, her doing the bass lines with the sousaphone. And that was gonna be fun, but she dumped me before we could actually do that. So I guess I just gotta do it myself. Pull a Thanos. Fine, I'll do it myself. She a hose? Nah, she's fine. She's just got undealt with trauma. Which makes her run away from things instead of dealing with them. Come on, Jonathan, bring it back. I want to look at you instead of the turkey for the rest of the tournament. Plus, Uchi would be disappointed. Go Woofs. Aaron, you know some people? What? Like, that also have undealt with trauma and run away from things instead of dealing with them? What do you mean you know so? I also know some people. Not very many, though. What do you mean you know some people? Are you threatening me? Are you threatening her? I'm confused. Or you know some therapists? She's already going to therapy. It's a very slow process, apparently. Probably shouldn't be talking about her on stream for the entire internet to hear, but nobody knows who she is. God damn it, Jonathan. Nobody knows who she is. I never said names. It don't matter. I think Uchi's in a wedding right now. He is. He did say that, which is why he's not here. And he would find out that that if Jonathan doesn't make it, he's going to be sad because his whole thing is go Woofs. So come on, Jonathan, as the only woof so far in this tournament. I don't know. Maybe Western Kentucky or BYU could take it. I'm calling them Western Kentucky now because I typoed when I was making the list. Come on, Jonathan. Bring it back in the last quarter. You can do it. I believe in you. Go Woofs. Told him last year he was in a it did feel like not that long ago he was in another wedding. It's the time you were playing Rocksmith. You were requesting some Volbeat songs. Was it? I thought it was another football stream. I didn't realize it was when I was doing Rocksmith. I didn't remember when it was. I just remember it didn't feel like that long ago. He was going to another one. When's it going to be Uchi's turn? He's always going to weddings, but he's never the one being wedded. It was Rocksmith. Fair enough. I will believe you because my memory is awful. I don't think Uchi's ever actually gonna be the one being wedded. Unless something crazy happens. The way he talks, he loves his single life. God damn it, Jonathan! Jonathan, come on! Please, Jonathan! Stop being bad, Jonathan! I want to call you a good boy, but I can't. Because you're being bad. It will happen. You don't know that, but he's going to have to meet just a fantastic person who can tolerate sarcasm and not being emotional. I had a friend telling you he never wants to get married, and now he got married first. Ain't that how things go? See, that's why Quartz kept saying, I'm going to end up married with 10 kids and live to 108. Because my whole spiel has been no kids, die by 40. But now I can't die by 40 because this thing is supposed to live for 30 years and no one else wants to take the cranky noodle. So I have to stay alive to properly take care of my cranky noodle. That sounds like I'm talking about my dick. You want to see my tiny python? No, wait, she'll get bigger, I swear. And he also acts like Gucci. There was a... Oh. So I posted about this in my Discord. But like you said, you don't go on it very much anymore. 2 Fridays ago. There's a group in my city called Vaporwave STL. St. Louis Vaporwave. We've apparently got a decent amount of independent Vaporwave DJs here. Who'd have thunk it? But like once a month at one of the bars here, they do a Vaporwave night. And I go to as many of those as I can when I know they're happening. Because of the way Facebook's algorithm works, half the time I just don't know they're happening, which is very annoying. Fuck Facebook. They had one 2 Friday nights ago, and I went to it. And I every time I go to some event, concert, reptile show, Vaporwave night, I'm like, all right, if I see someone who looks interesting and isn't already with someone, I'll go up, try to have a chat. At worst, nothing happens, and I leave in the same situation I came in with. Middle option, make a new friend. Best option, got a date. Worst outcome is I'm in the same situation as I am, so no change. There were probably about 25 people at this event. 20 of them were unattractive men. The women were all with someone. So I couldn't chat up anyone. It got to the point where there was I just decided I'm gonna get myself a drink, sit down, enjoy the music, and just people watch, because these nerds out in public in a collective group end up being some of the most entertaining people to people watch. It's I don't know how that happens, but get a bunch of nerds together in public and they get weird and fun to watch. So I'm hanging out, doing that, watching myself, not watching myself, just by myself, enjoying the music, watching everyone else do their thing at the bar. When this one woman comes up to me, starts going on about how I need to find connection, and it's just there's so much to life. Life is so much better if you can find a connection with someone. And at first I'm like, is this the weirdest way of hitting on me? What's going on here? Because I'll chat. I just thought you came in with someone. We'll talk. Why not? And then she goes, like, you need to find a connection. Like, me and my boyfriend over there, we have a connection. You need to find someone you can connect with, like me and my boyfriend have with each other. Like, okay, why are you telling me this? Why did you come up to talk to me? I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on. But this is kind of... I'm amused. This is funny. And then she gets onto in the middle of the floor. There's like a small dance area. Attempts to do a flip. And she's wearing a fairly loose-fitting bodysuit. Lands kind of on her feet, but like knees bent, like if this is her body, her feet were like this, so knees, she catches herself with her hands, so she didn't get hurt or anything. But in the middle of the flip, the tits pop out. And then half the other guys there start cheering. So that was an entertaining thing to happen. I don't know what was up with this woman, but she was the most entertaining part of that night. Screw that. You want to... Oh, drive home safely. The woofs failed. Damn it, woofs. See, and that's the thing, though. If you spend all your free time chilling at home with Doritos and Mountain Dew and napping, then if you want to meet, if that's how you want to live your life, more power to you. Go for it. Absolutely. But because the dating apps have gone to shit, at least in America, I don't know what the dating app scene is like where you're at, but you're not going to meet anyone. New friend, new partner. It's just not going to fucking happen. Have you tried Dynasty Wire? No, I don't know what that is. You have to go out and do things to make friends and meet people. Dating apps is still kind of taboo there. I mean, depending on who you ask, they're looked down on here, but they're not so much taboo. They're just kind of awful, filled with fake accounts and porn bots wanting you to buy their premium Snapchat. Who's playing next? Western Kentucky and BYU. Big Red. But like 10 years ago, the dating apps were great. I could meet new people every other week. But I was also terrible in my 20s. So nothing lasted. Entirely my own fault. But then again, everyone's terrible in their 20s. So that's just how it goes. Funny thing is, I'm a better person now than I was then, but I'm also getting significantly less attention. So I don't know how that works, but probably something changed with the dating apps, at least in the United States, where within the last 10 years, it went from extremely easy to use to meet people to just complete garbage. I don't know what happened. I don't know what changed, but it's not, they're not useful anymore. Want to meet someone authentically, someone you meet online, you meet in person, tells me take off your clothes. I mean, you'll only meet that kind of person through an app if that's the kind of person you're looking for. It is, at least in my experience, very easy to tell the difference between someone who wants a genuine connection with someone else versus someone who just wants a one-off night. And so that's just something to, when you're swiping or messaging or whatever on the apps, this is just one of the things you look for that makes you decide whether or not to say yes or shoot them a message. It's like one of my deal breakers is if the other person has kids. I don't fucking want kids. I don't want someone else's kids. I'd be a terrible fucking dad. Which means there's a lot of people that, which one, as I get older, is really hard to find now. And two, means that's one of the things I check. Does this person have kids? Yes. Not interested. No. All right, let's go down the rest of my checklist to see if I'd be interested in this person. Your cousin met someone from America, got married to him. It's a Christian dating app, and he's a pastor. Your cousin is now living in America. Wow. All right. I don't think I'd ever actively message someone more than 200 miles away from me. Because that's a weekend trip. Go spend a weekend in another place. Short getaway vacation at worst. Go check out a town you've never been to before. If nothing ends up working out. I've got a few people from out of the country trying to that have messaged me, but I especially most of the accounts presenting as a Asian woman that I've come across have been scams just trying to get my money. So if it's a account in a different country, and especially if it's an Asian woman, I just assume it's a scam and don't interact with it. Guy lived in the Philippines for like 6 months. They hit it off, so it was good. Hey, well, there you go. That's that ain't a bad way to go about it then in that case. That's racist. Which is why I had to think about how I was going to phrase it. It's these perfect, thin, young Asian, Japanese, Chinese, Korean women. And then you match with them, and a few messages later, they're trying to get you to give them money. I've probably missed out on a few decent matches by trying to avoid that, but it's like when you call tech support and get a Indian person with an accent so thick you can't understand a damn thing they say. It's not racist to want customer service to be of service. That's not a problem with the Indian people. That's not a problem with them just trying to do their job. It's a problem with the company outsourcing to other companies that cannot help most English-speaking people. If an Indian person calls and they get an Indian person, great. No issues. If an American calls an American company for tech support and they get a accent so thick that especially through a phone speaker, sounds like complete gibberish. It's a problem with the company. You remember the 90 Day Fiancé show? I talked to a few people who absolutely loved that show. I don't get it. Like, I get the point of the show. I don't get the appeal of the show. There's these unattractive people who are trying to get married to anyone within a month and a half. My brain says date for at least 4 years before you think about getting married. But I can't imagine trying to get married within a month and a half. That's insane to me. And it's always that one dude with the weird facial hair and no neck who just keeps coming back to every show. You'd think he'd give up, or maybe they're just giving him a really good paycheck. It's absolutely scripted, so they're definitely giving him a really good paycheck. Don't get why family members watch the Kardashians. I don't get that either. Let's watch people who did absolutely nothing and got rich be out of touch with a normal person. That's not entertaining to me. I don't get it either. Fucking dumb. Big Ed? Oh, is that the guy with the no neck on 90 Day Fiancé? I never knew his name. I don't know anything about him other than he's been on like 6 seasons of the show or something, and all of them have failed. But those kind of show, you know why Kim got famous? Wasn't her dad O.J. Simpson's lawyer? And then a sex tape? And somehow they turned both of those things into fame and fortune? The only reason anyone cared about the sex tape is because she was related to O.J. Simpson's lawyer. It's definitely the sex tape. Yeah, but if I release the sex tape, no one's gonna give a shit. I mean, my parents might. They'd be very disappointed in me. But the only reason anyone cared about hers is because of her family. Kardashians have done fuck all to deserve anything they have. Kind of escalated it. Yeah. I mean, that's what made them a household name and then got them a reality show. And then people started watching the reality show and trying to look like them. And I don't understand why. But I also don't understand how Taylor Swift became the most popular musician ever. Most successful musician in the history of musicians. So, I think I'm just out of touch. Society loves making stupid people famous. Yeah. Yeah. Making stupid people famous and rich people richer. And then the stupid people get rich. And then they make marketing deals. and get richer. I just want a house, man. It shouldn't be that difficult when you've got Kardashians getting millions for nothing. Oh, wait, no, but the difference is I look like this. And this. Eat the rich. Hell yeah. It's good old rich barbecue. I mean, they probably wouldn't taste very good. At least half of a rich person is plastic. We've already got enough microplastics in our bodies. We don't need macroplastics too. Oof. They smell like Chanel, which is too rich. Is Chanel perfume? I don't actually know. I'm not rich enough to know what Chanel is. I'm not even sure if it's pronounced Chanel. It might be Channel. Yes, a perfume. Okay. You pronounced it right. Cool. I'm just like, for all I know, it's pronounced Channel. They smell like Channel 38, the Weather Channel. What does the Weather Channel smell like? Rain, probably. Fresh lawn clippings. Smells like a pro. Smells like someone doing a thankless job. Because they're always wrong. So nobody thanks them. I don't know what Big Red is, but it looks like a zit that gained sentience and came to life. It looks like the McDonald's mascot Grimace. Let's go, Grimace's cousins. It looks like a mushroom that ate too much and got real fat. It's like red circumcised penises. You got a real bulbous base of your dick if that's what yours looks like. But yes. Their heads do look like circumcised dickheads.
First down.
You could get a plushie of Big Red.
Number 9 on the tackle. Gain of 15 yards. First down.
Who turned on my safe search? I don't want safe search on.
That's the tackle. No gain. That makes it second.
I'm trying to see if someone made a dildo shaped like Big Red.
Number 55 with the sack. Loss of 4 on the play. That'll make it 3rd and 13.
If someone did, Bing is not showing it to me. Up, halftime. You know what that means. Time to buy a Nissan. You can say penis, right? I mean, sure seems like it. Okay, what's the thing teachers say? Teacher, can I use the bathroom? I don't know. Can you? It's not a vulgar word. I mean, that is the anatomically correct name for that piece of male anatomy. So, yeah. I don't think that's a vulgar word. If you use it in the title of a YouTube video, YouTube probably won't promote it in its algorithm. But it's not like you're not swearing or anything.
Number 12 back to return. The kickoff is down for a touchdown.
That's the tamest thing you could ever call it. Unless you wanted to go childish and call it a willy, a pee-pee, a wee-wee. When I was like 4, my parents told me it was called a whizzer.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
It's funny because they're against... Holy shit. How did I not come up with that?
Loss of 6. Bring up 3rd and 9.
The Big Red Penis. Team of Cougars takes on a horde of Big Red Penises. You're Uchi for today. Someone's got to take his place since he's being wholesome at a wedding. No one thought it would be you.
That makes it 1st and 10. That'll bring up 2nd and 11.
They've got giant Muppet mouths. And it's really creepy.
Number 91 sacks the quarterback. Loss of 6 yards on the play. 3rd down.
It looks like they took a dick and gave it the fattest ass. It's like someone heard about dick butt, but never saw what dick butt was, and then tried to create that. Watch as the big red monsters win. Kane will take it all the way. Just an observation, if you don't get your chances, someone will. True in Twitch chat and in life. Shoot your shot. Worst that can happen is no change at all. Best that can happen is your entire life changes for the better. There's an anime for kids in Japan that has a butt for a head. Okay. That sounds like something that would show up on Adult Swim. But kids shows in America would also use naked butts for comedy. I'm sure there were more than one episodes of the Rugrats where one of them ended up without their diaper and they just showed the butt. The baby butt. Tackling Big Red just looks comfortable. It looks like when you're really tired and you just fall into bed after a long day. I want to tackle Big Red. When are you going to play Yakuza 6? After I play 4 and 5? 4 is probably going to be after Phoenix Wright. Because after going through part 1s of Zero and Kiwami, I realized it's been a long time since I've played a Yakuza game. So I kind of want to go back to Yakuza now. So I don't know how long Phoenix Wright is going to take me. I think I'm typically going through an episode and a half per stream. So, how long to beat says 70 hours. So it might be a long series, but I think I'm going to do Yakuza 4 after Phoenix Wright. Yakuza 4 is good, 5 is aight, 6 is great. I don't want to just straight up skip to 6. I want to go through the entire series. Chronologically. Or at least after 0, 1, 2, 3, and then in the order they were released. I don't know if it's still chronological after 0, 1, 2, 3. Yakuza 3, fuck them kids. Obnoxious little bastards. BYU is on the board! The Cougars. They finally got something done. I really hope there's no more kids to take care of in 4. That was obnoxious. I remember getting lost more than once because I'm like, the game told me to go do this, but I can't go do this. And then I end up going back to the orphan's house, and that triggers a cutscene with the kids that I had to take care of, and then I could go do what the game told me to. It was really dumb. Kappa. Oh no, that means there's more kids in 4. You didn't say anything, Kappa. You implied.
That'll make it 2nd and 4.
Which means I'm probably not gonna like 4, am I? Or you're leading me astray, and the kids are never mentioned again. They all got adopted. Kiryu had no choice but to shut down the orphanage and go back to being a real estate mogul and becoming a multi-billionaire, just like he did in the 80s. I can only hope.
Number 6 on the tackle. Gain of 2 on the play.
On the one hand, I want Big Red to win because he's so goofy. It would be some great memes. But on the other hand, I want the Cougars to win because I could make all of the Cougar jokes.
That'll bring up 3rd and 4.
Kiryu is like Vin Diesel. It's all about family. Family. It's for the family, man. The family. Quarter mile at a time with your family. How fast can that minivan with your family all in it do that quarter mile, buddy? Yummy. Vin Diesel was also the Iron Giant, which means Vin Diesel was Superman. You stay, I go. No following. That was a great movie. Iron Giant, one of the underrated classics of animation. I don't know how true it is, but I read today that for the 3rd Into the Spider-Verse movie, they're going to be using AI for the animation. And my disappointment in this news is absolutely immeasurable. Because the animation of Into the Spider-Verse and Beyond the Spider-Verse was goddamn gorgeous.
Number 13 slides on the play.
Modern instant classics.
3rd down.
Some of the best animated films I have ever seen. Because of the creativity and talent that the team doing it has. And now Sony's just gonna fuck it up. It's a shame that we're never going to get a conclusion to what Beyond the Spider-Verse set up. It's not going to happen. The best Vin Diesel movie is Saving Private Ryan. Is he in that? I didn't know he was in that. I've also never actually watched it. I keep meaning to. It's been on my list to get around to for years. I just never have. I've got a massive list of movies that are I will watch this eventually movies. I just never did. He was one of the soldiers. Oh, all right. I had no idea. Well, gosh darn it. To what? Me not having seen it? Or Spider-Verse news? Or what? What are we gosh darning? You're doing a southern accent. Oh, okay. Them gosh darn troublemaking kids. I offer them some of my sweet tea, and all I get is rocks thrown through my windows. I'm just trying to poop on my turlet, and then suddenly crash. A brick in my living room. Gosh diddly dang it. Hey, is this only the second time Seven Nation Army's come up? I only remember hearing Seven Nation Army once 3 hours ago, and then now. Maybe it's come up before and I just wasn't paying attention. But I don't remember hearing it since the 7 minutes into the first game. What?
Check three.
A lot of people seem to think that the main riff of Seven Nation Army is played on bass. It's not. Jack White had a drop tune pedal. The White, at least during his time with the White Stripes, he refused to have the bass be part of the band. I returned to sleep in a bit. All right, bot. Have a good night. Get some rest. You were up very early today. Appreciate you hanging out. Thank you for the lurk. The Cougars, they have a chance. It's a small chance, but they have a chance.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
It just means Big Red's going to run the clock out and only run it.
Number 2 on the tackle. Gain of 1 yard. That'll make it 3rd and 5.
Yep. Big Red's won because the clock. Unless they, for some reason, decide to do a pass play, but they're not going to. And there's the game. Big Red has taken it.
That's the end of the game. The final score is the Hilltoppers 16, the Cougars 14. Thank you for attending today's ball game. Please drive home safely.
No woofs. Not even any meows. But we do get a Grimace's oddly penis-shaped cousin. So now we've got Maryland v. Utah. The Turts. The cheaters. The cheating Turts. Versus the Boyds. Animal Planet would say the birds should absolutely destroy the Turts. But Animal Planet also said the Rams should have absolutely destroyed the Turts. Are the Turts going to pay off the Rams in the locker rooms this game too? We'll find out. Ding.
The Utah Utes is lined up for the kickoff. Number 1 back to return. The kickoff is down for a touchdown.
Terrapins are a group of several species of small turtle living in fresh or brackish water. All right, what does brackish mean? Water occurring in a natural environment that has more salinity than fresh water, but not as much as salt seawater. A lot of birds. We had bird v. bird. I don't remember what Virginia Tech was. But Utah beat a bird. And Utah is a bird. Birds beat the birds. And this turtle has a beak, so it might be related to birds. What were they doing there? He just stood there and waited for them to take him down. You're just standing there, not doing anything. Up. Oh, my butt. Minus 3-yard rush.
Brings up second and 13.
Is there another one? Do I have another one coming? I don't think I do. I think we're good.
Number 99 brings him down at the 34-yard line. That makes it 3rd and 7. Number 6 with the catch. That's good for a gain of 11 yards. That makes it 1st and 10. Gain of 2 yards. That makes it 2nd and 8.
Oh! Interception at the end zone. Oh, no. The Turks bribed the birds backstage. Money changed hands. They cheating.
Four down. Mike 7. Mike 7. Let's go. Rancy,
Gets the tackle. That's a
I'm
gain.
getting sleepy.
That'll make it 2nd and 7.
Maryland sounds like a Catholic theme park.
Number 8 on the tackle. That's good for a gain of 3 yards. 3rd down. Number 25 makes the tackle.
Who do you want to win?
22 yards.
I don't really care about anyone in this game. Just interested to see what happens. Although now that I think about it, I kind of want the finals to be Maryland against Western Kentucky. No, Utah? No. Utah. Utah versus Western Kentucky. Sorry, I got the state wrong. Utah versus Western Kentucky, so we get... No. Yeah, Maryland. I'm an idiot. Who am I thinking about? The Turtles versus Big Red. I think that's Maryland. Just because I want to know who's better. Memes or bribery?
Number 99 with the quarterback sack. No gain. That makes it 2nd and 10.
Let's go. Hey, we got Mike, number 53.
Number 82 makes the reception. Call it a gain of 7 yards. That makes it 3rd and 3.
We got Mike, number 53. Mike 53. Let's go right here now.
Touchdown, Utah. They're, if money changed hands, they're doing better at hiding it. Did the game break again? I think the game broke again. The game did break again. He must. Why am I suddenly so tired? Just smacked me out of nowhere. 3 hours of...
Let's go! Green,
No, I was about to say 3 hours of football is too much football. That's just a normal game of football.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
Hashtag game-breaking coffee. It's what it's what I do. I don't even have to touch the game and it'll break. But it especially breaks when I do touch the game. Case in point, Spider-Man 2. And sometimes when I touch the game breaks hard enough to break my console. Case in point, Spider-Man Miles Morales. And sometimes I don't even have to do anything but turn the console on. Like when I turned the Xbox 360 on today, no audio came out. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. I restarted it and still no audio. I Googled and I found someone that said turn off display discovery. I don't know what display discovery is. It's not a feature or a setting I have ever messed with before. I didn't even know it was a setting. When I turn it off, it says I have to restart my console for it to take effect, so I do. And then we've got sound. I don't know what display discovery did, but whatever it did, it broke my audio. Basically, Microsoft sucks. And also Sony sucks because Spider-Man was a Sony product. Giant corporations make the worst crap. That's why indie games are the best. Support local businesses, kids. Support your independent artists, kids. Left bumper! Left bumper!
False start, offense. Still 3rd down.
Tight end right. Tight end right.
Okay.
Check 82. Watch 82.
I didn't think a computer would do a penalty. Computer should be able to figure that out. I also have no idea what the penalty actually was. I mean, I know it was a false start, but like, what happened because they did a bad? What? How were they penalized? Maryland is on the board. All right, not bad. Not great, not bad. Them Eagles can do a run, I guess. Although it should be very easy to run through a bunch of turtles. Unless you run smack into the turtles. There we go. That's all you needed. Just little bits at a time. That's fine.
That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Why am I cheering for Utah? I said I wanted Maryland to win. Because the Terps are cheating bastards.
Number 13, the ball carrier. Gain of 2 on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and inches.
What was that? Let's pass it all the way from Hawaii to Utah is what he tried to do, I guess. Oh, come on. It was 4th and inches. You could have made a first down. Why punt it from there? Just jump over the line. Little baby step would have gotten you there. Don't just give up.
Number 1 makes the catch. Call it a gain of 5 yards. Brings up 2nd and 5.
Turtle power.
Gain of 4 yards. 3rd down.
Heroes in a half shell. Turtle power. Teenage Morphin Ninja Rangers, Mighty Mutant Power Turtles.
1st down. Number 7 takes him down for a loss behind the line. That's a loss of 2 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 12.
I'm so sleepy now. Just yawning so much. And we've still got
Number 4 on the carry.
2 more games to go after this.
That'll make it 3rd and 5.
Oh no. Someone just said Moshi Moshi. They're answering a Japanese telephone.
Number 16 slides on the play. Gain of 9 on the play. That makes it 1st and 10. Number 4 gets the tackle. That's good for a gain of 10 yards. That'll make it 2nd and inches. Number 8 with the sack. Loss of 5 yards on the play. 3rd down.
That was weird. I think we just went inside a turtle. I think that's illegal. Unless you're a vet doing surgery.
Number
Zydrate comes in a little glass turtle. A little glass turtle? A little glass turtle. I don't know what they thought was going to happen there.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
I don't even think they could have seen the receiver through the Utah guy covering him.
That brings up 3rd and 10.
I like how when someone's running it and they get just stopped dead and fall flat on their back, it looks like they just slammed into a wall running full speed. It looks kind of like a Three Stooges bit. So much yawning. So many yawns. I don't even think the intended receiver knew the ball was coming then. They were just over there for some reason. Maryland up to 6. Still behind, but getting there.
Number 6, return.
Let's go, let's go. Hey, we got Mike, number 53. Mike, 53.
Number 35 makes the sack. Loss of 7 yards on the play. That'll make it 2nd and long.
Second and 17. Oof.
Hey, we got Mike, number 53. Mike, 53. Go. Double. Yeah, 48. Watch 7. Watch 7. Watch the screen. Watch the screen. Watch the screen. There go.
Oh, we just waiting? We just waiting? We waiting. And that's halftime. You know what that means. It's time to buy a Nissan. I'm also going to take this opportunity to take a pee break. I'll be right back.
the Maryland Terrapins is lined up for the kickoff. Number 3, deep to return. The kickoff is down for a touchdown.
I made it back in time. Gotta go back in time.
That makes it 2nd and 10. That's good for a gain of 5 yards. That'll make it 3rd and 5.
47 Mike, 47 Mike. Mike, alert, alert, alert. Cat, cat, cat.
That's way out. What? I guess I know what he was trying to do. He just did it poorly. Close game. It is. It's still anyone's game. Eagles or Turtles? Did the Turtles bribe the Eagles enough? Or are the Eagles saying, tonight we dine on turtle soup?
Mike 7, Mike 7. Here we go. Blue and Yang.
If there was bribery, they're doing a lot better of a job of hiding it this game than they did last game. Zero-yard rush. That's funnier than the -yard rush. Got a rush to go nowhere. Interception. The Turts took it. Turnover, more like hurt-nover. Turnover, hurt-lover, turtle lover. Why do they keep trying to run it? Hurts can't run. Their shell's too heavy. That's a lie. I've seen turtles run. They can actually get pretty fast when they want to. Plus, some of them are ninjas. Ninjas have to be fast. Wow, they just gave him all of the space in the world. They're like, hey, come on in. Have a drink. It'll just left this whole space open for you. Hurts might pull ahead here.
Mike 7. Mike 7. Check. Disco waiver.
Not if they keep doing that, though.
Loss of 7 yards on the play. That makes it 4th and 12.
Although I guess now they're going to go for a field goal, so they will still pull ahead. I don't think I've ever seen anyone miss a field goal. In this game specifically. I've seen a few on TV where they missed the field goal if they were like 30 yards back or more. Never seen anyone miss the extra point kick though. I'm not sure why they have that as a requirement to get to 7. Never seen that get missed.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
You're feeling accomplished today? Why is that? What'd you do today? It's got you all accomplished.
That's good for a gain of 4 yards. 3rd down. That makes it 4th and 8.
The turtle shells look like one of those mascots you see outside of a fast food joint wearing like the food costume. They look like just a guy wearing a tortilla poncho.
7's a Mike. Mike 7.
Or a pizza poncho.
Number 4 makes the tackle.
A burnt pizza poncho. Or like a tortilla with pizza sauce on it.
Here we go, D. Here I come again.
That's good for a gain of 16 yards. That makes it 1st and 10.
7's a Mike.
Number 4 brings him down. That's a gain of 13 on the play. 1st down.
I like the football pineapple. I don't remember if I ever commented on that before, but that's cute. I like that. Turnover.
Number 11 with the interception.
Hurt Lover. No more turtle power.
Number 47 gets the tackle at the 34-yard line. That brings up 2nd and 5. Number 88
don't know why I just thought of this. Probably because I'm sitting over here looking at the TV and my brain's just wandering at this point. But I remember when I was playing Hades 2, that I played it off stream on one of my computer monitors that that does 200 frames a second, or 200 is a 200 hertz monitor. So the game was running at 200 frames a second. And it was right after their first update. So I thought that what part of the update made the controls feel different. But then next time I streamed it, I was playing here on the TV, which is only 60 hertz. There ain't nothing wrong with 60 frames a second. But I realized that frame rates affect input response time. I didn't know that was a thing because I don't know anything about how games are specifically programmed. But I realized that might possibly have something to do with why I'm always better off stream than on. Because with the 200 frames a second, there's less input lag. It's minuscule because I don't think the human brain can functionally tell a difference between 60 times a second and 200 times a second. Like, one of them will obviously is obviously faster, but it's all a blur to the human brain. But it made the controls feel quicker and more responsive than when I played on the TV up here. So I'm wondering if I decide to stream Hades 2 again, if I just play it at my computer on my 200 hertz monitor, if that would make any differences in how I play, how well I play on stream compared to how I usually play on stream. For all I know, it could be just a skill issue with me.
That makes it 2nd and 6.
Be like, oh no, I'm broadcasting and showing myself playing. I'm gonna do bad now. And then I choke and fuck up. But maybe that'll have something to do with it. I don't know. Just finished FGO's story quest, Avalon Lefay. It was super long but great. Oh, all right. Yeah, those kind of games, the quests can get really long. But you did it. You finished it. And now you only have to do it again if you want more rewards. Probably don't care, but I finally got a trackpad and it's wireless and it actually works. It's a Bluetooth wireless, so the monitor itself is not interfering with a dongle signal, so I can actually control the iMac well now. I'm so happy. Flap, 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 flap. About to start the next main story quest soon, and that's gonna be even longer. That's how those kind of games do. You finish one long thing, and your reward is another even longer thing. That's how, when I was playing Digimon Re-Arise, that's how that did. And I tried to go back to the game, and Bandai Namco shut down the servers for it. So I can't play it anymore. It was one of the few idle RPG games that I enjoyed, mostly because it was Digimon. It was the same fucking thing as Raid Shadow Legends, but Digimon skinned, which made me like it more. Check. It is not as long as Avalon Lafay. Oh, interesting. In every other experience I've had for that kind of mobile game, honestly, I'm assuming it's more similar to Pokemon Masters than it is Raid. But in my experience with that kind of mobile game, every mission, every storyline is longer and longer and longer than the one that came before it. So that's surprising. It's not as long as the previous one. Why would you run it? You have a minute and a half to pull ahead. Don't run it. Running's not gonna work. Neither is just standing there doing fuck all. The Eagles are choking it. They were absolutely bribed. Then the Terps gave them more money during halftime to make sure that they choke it. Talking about Raid Shadow Legends, something that they have their advertising fingers in literally everything. Like you expect, it's the meme now for YouTube. This stream is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. You get a Raid ad in other mobile games that have ads. You expect that. I did not expect to see a Raid Shadow Legends ad next to a senior services offered in your state ad on the Bing news page. I've been getting every morning at work, I pull up the news just to see what's going on in the world. And the ads there are seniors in in your state are eligible for this free service from your government. And Raid Shadow Legends, where they have, this game is beautiful, even non-gamers think so. And I did not know or realize or expect Raid Shadow Legends is also advertising to Grandpa, 70-year-old Grandpa Georgie. So they're advertising to 14-year-old Caden and 70-year-old Grandpa Georgie. It's real weird how they've got their advertising fingers in everything.
That makes it 2nd and 10.
Honestly, it makes me want to play it even less. And I didn't want to play it at all before. I've not played Raid Shadow Legends in a long time. I don't remember if it was Chief or Neon that had the more recent sponsor stream. But that was the last time I booted it up. I uninstalled it after whichever one of them did it more recently. Because it's barely a game. I don't even think you can call it a game. It's press go and watch it do its thing. It's the most boring movie in the world. I think Neon, since Chief does not stream anymore. Yeah, but they weren't that far apart. And I think when Neon did his, Chief was still streaming at the time. Ooh, hang on. Talking about Chief not streaming anymore. One of my shorts that hasn't gone public yet is basically shouting out Chief. It'll go live on June 5th. I've got a short that's basically shouting out Chief. Hurt Lover. And that is the game. Maryland has taken it and moves on to the finals. That turtle looks like it's seen some shit. Maybe it's starting to feel guilty about bribing their way to the top.
Final score is the Maryland Terrapins 19 and the Utes 7. Thank you for attending today's ball game. Please drive.
2 more games. We're almost done. Drive home safe, kids, in your Nissan. That football just disappeared. Have you tried Dynasty Wire? No, I don't think it exists anymore. This game is 10 years old. Would you believe it? Sure, but I think Avalon Lafay is the longest story quest right now, at least in the Cosmos in the Lost Belt story. Okay. I don't know what the Cosmos in the Lost Belt means, but neat. Maybe I'll finally get around to playing it next week when the new phone comes in. Appreciate that 1 to 120 hertz dynamic refresh rate. All right, what are we doing? Virginia Tech versus Western Kentucky. Up, more birds. Big Red. Big Red. Take a look at him. He's got a big head. Yeah, Big Red. Big Red. I just really, really, really want to go to bed. It's what I think it would be like if Weird Al covered the AC/DC song Big Jack. All about cinnamon gum.
Virginia Tech is lined up for the kickoff. Number 2 set to return. The kickoff is down.
The only way. Let's see. What I want to see for the memeiest game in this would be Stanford versus Western Kentucky. The gross looking tree versus whatever the fuck Big Red is. Come on and let me see you shake your tail feathers. Come on and let me see you shake your tail feathers. Come on and let me see you shake your tail feathers. Play it on your tablet and sometimes on your PC with a different account. Do play, give friend codes. You can send a friend request. Yes, I have it downloaded on my phone. I just never got around to opening it up. And I'm not sure why. I've always been, I'll do it later. I'll do it later. I want to do this instead. I'll do it later. I'm watching a video. And I never actually got around to it. Just like I keep telling Masood I'm going to play Idol Showdown. I have it downloaded. It's ready to play. I just haven't booted it up yet. I keep telling people, yeah, I'll check that out. And then I never do. Because I'm a dirty, rotten liar. I'm not trying to be. I genuinely want to check these things out. My brain goes, I'll do it later. And then later comes. And my brain goes, I'll do it later. And then later comes. And my brain goes, I'll do it later. Later never comes. I don't want to see a turkey doing hip thrusts ever again.
Number 97 on the tackle. That's good for a gain of 7 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Ugh. Turkeys might be the first ones on the board.
That makes it 1st and goal.
If the Turkeys win, is the final matchup going to be a Turkle or a Turdy? The Turks still not there yet. Inches away. They still can't make it. Big Red's defense. It's too the chode is too powerful.
Man left. Got you, boy. Take 4.
Oh, wow. Big Red, where'd your chode go? You just left a gaping hole wide open for that turkey to zip right in. There'd be a sex joke there if the situations were reversed. But I can't think of a way to make that work with the turkey. I thought that said the Virginia Tech honkies at first. I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with a turkey? I don't know what a hokey is, but it makes more sense than a honky.
Number 13 with the carry. That's good for a gain of 3 yards. That'll make it 2nd and 7.
I want to know if all of the stickers I have on this water bottle noticeably affected its weight at all. Probably not, because they're stickers. But I'm just curious about that. I've got so many stickers. Stickers are fun.
That'll make it 2nd and 7.
Here we go.
What were you just trying to go through 3 turkeys? Them 3 turkeys will fuck you up. What was your plan there? Did a little break dance at the end there. Why are you trying to go through your own team? What are you doing? Computer, you get Big Red. You know better than this. There was so much space just to the right. Go around your own people, my dude. What are you doing? Why are you trying to force your way through your own team? Oh, you saved it. Congratulations. Now stop being stupid. Oh, you made it through. Big Red touchdown. Still trying to force his way through his own team, though. Don't know why Big Red hates himself. That Big Red was like a bullet plowing that turkey. basting. Tie game at the start of the second quarter. It's like nothing happened. The turkey's so close, but stopped right at the end.
Man left, man left. Four down, four down. Mike, four.
That's good for a gain of 2 yards. That makes it 1st and 10.
Mike, four, Mike, four.
Number 4 makes the catch. That's a gain of 7 on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 3.
Mike, four.
Number 29 makes the tackle.
How many chodes does it take to take down a turkey?
1st down.
4, apparently.
Mike, four, Mike, four.
Number 19 makes the tackle at the 27-yard line. 1st down.
Mike, four.
Number 4 on the tackle. Call it a gain of 7 yards. That'll bring up 2nd and 3. Number 29 brings him down.
That looked like Big Red tried to jump over the turkey,
That'll bring up 3rd.
but missed and just speared him instead. Would you rather have the superpower of turning into a turkey whenever you want, or give someone nightmares, but you must pray to the Greek goddess Melanoe, nightmares and madness, before you use your power, and after you must pray to Euphrosyne, goddess of good cheer, joy, mirth, and merriment.
Number 22 sets a return.
That's a tough one. Because at first thought, turning into a turkey might be more useful. But what can a turkey do? Not much. Plus, you just might get taken to a farm for Thanksgiving dinner.
36, the intended receiver on the play. That makes it 2nd.
Trying to think of something that you could do usefully by turning into a turkey. I've got no idea. So probably I'd probably go with giving someone nightmares, because at the very least I could make people I don't like miserable by having a terrible night's sleep and torture them in their sleep. I can't think of any useful reason to turn into a turkey. Unless it's a flying turkey. Can turkeys, domesticated turkeys can't fly. Can wild turkeys fly?
That'll make it 35.
Hey Google. Can turkeys fly?
According to South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, SC.gov, wild turkeys can fly and have a top flight speed of about 55 miles per hour. Wild turkeys see in color and have excellent daytime vision, 3 times better than a human's eyesight, with a visual field of more than 270 degrees.
Would I be a wild turkey or a domestic turkey? Because if I can be a wild turkey, I'll take that. 55-mile-an-hour flight speed. Sounds pretty great. Plus 270-degree field of vision. Also sounds pretty great. But if I'm being a domestic turkey, then I'll take joining the cult of Melanoe and Euphrosyne. Domestic, then sign me up for the cult of Melanoe and Euphrosyne. Euphrosyne? I don't know how to pronounce that one's her name. I didn't know how to pronounce Melanoe until I played Hades 2. Come on, Big Red. You're right there. Tie it back up.
Check, check. 98 Weasel. 98 Weasel.
98 weasels? That's so many weasels. How was that not a touchdown? He crossed the line. Damn it, Big Red! You're choosing all the worst paths. Why would you go? Feel like I did a decent job balancing out the superpowers. They are both mostly useless. Why are you going for a? Go for the touchdown. You're right there. But yeah, they're both mostly useless with very niche perks and use cases. It's halftime. You know what that means. Time to buy a Nissan, kids. That was a really quick. What happened to the? That was. That was a really quick halftime. Wait, no, it's still halftime. What is happening? I think the game may have broke again. Oh, we're back. Hey, Seven Nation Army. Who would you use your nightmare power on first? Just to test them out, probably my shitty supervisor. Wait, do I have to know them specifically? Or can I just know that they exist? But first, probably my shitty supervisor to test them out, see what the extent is. And then, like every politician I can think of. Because they're all old and decrepit anyways. Few nights of stress from the nightmares will cause them all to just keel over and die. You must know their real name. Okay. Test it out on my shitty supervisor. See what the extent is. Then all the politicians. And then Elon Musk. Just, or maybe Elon Musk and then all the politicians. Just because I want to know what he will... X? Is that what we call tweeting now? Xing? When he gets woken up in the middle at 3 a.m. from a nightmare of being attacked by a fear turkey. Maybe Trump, see if we'll get a repeat of Coffee. That would be funny. Maybe Biden, see if we can get him to pull a Coffee. Mitch McConnell's on the list. Make him have a heart attack in the middle of the night and never wake up again. He's 3/4 of the way there already. How many strokes has he had in the past year? You can control the nightmare if you want. Or just cast the generic nightmare. Cool. Oh, come on, Big Red. You were the chosen one. That turkey's got arm spikes. Scary turkey. That is the fear turkey. They can also teleport. Oh, shit. I think the game broke again. We're stuck being stared at by the turkey. I'm scared. Okay, there we go. Fixed it. Let's not be scared at by the turkey. That might be a nightmare I give someone. Just have this turkey staring at them constantly. Not doing anything, but looking menacingly. The fear of what the turkey might do would get them more than anything the turkey could do. A lot more game breaks this session. I don't remember the game breaking at all ever before. something may have happened that got weird, but never to the extent that it has tonight. This is weird. I don't know what's going on with it today. First down, that's all you really need. Just keep doing it. Big Red! Big Red! Don't you think he kind of looks like a dickhead? Big Red! Big Red!
That makes it 2nd and 2.
Wouldn't it be really scary if he was hiding in your shed? We don't need any more Big Red booty shaking either. No more turkey hip thrusts and no more Big Red booty shaking. Big Red! Big Red! He just wants to make sure that you take your meds. Big Red! Big Red! He'd be really sad if you end up dead. He keeps trying to run it. And he keeps almost making it. He's doing his best. Oh, touchdown, Big Red. There were no turkeys around there. A perfect play. Oh, come on, game. Please. Stop it. 4-point difference. Big Red! Big Red! He's really hungry for a turkey leg. I don't know why this game keeps shitting the bed. End of the third. 4-point difference. Come on, Big Red. Pull it back. Pull it back, Big Red. Weird Grimace Barney looking motherfucker. Big pass. Intercepted. Big Red, pull it back. I don't know why they thought that pass was a good idea, but it's okay. Big Red's got the ball again. Yeah, you get yelled at by your coach. Bad turkey. Holy crap, that was a completed pass. That's amazing. That pass should not have worked. Big Red put on his Sonic shoes, I guess. He just got super speed for a second there. That was weird. He lost his Sonic shoes. What are you trying to do? Run straight into two turkeys? Oh, the weird pouch thing on the back of his head is gross. There we go. There we go. That's what you needed. That's all you needed. Okay, sure. A little bit more progress would have been nice, but it's all right, I guess. What are you doing? Why are you trying to run into your own teammates? What is happening? What was that? I've never seen someone try to go through their own teammates before. Big Red, please. Stop being stupid. You dumb penis-looking motherfucker. Why? What was that? You dickhead. Would you rather, when you meet someone for the first time, you give them a life-size cutout of yourself, a double extra large box of donuts, or a small box full of noose? I'll give them donuts. Maybe that'll make them like me. Maybe I'll be able to go, hey, I'm cool. Have some donuts. Or I'll be able to bribe some cops out of giving me a speeding ticket. No, it's okay, man. Here, have some donuts. Are you trying to bribe an officer of the law? No, it's what I do when I meet people for the first time. I give them donuts. And I know how I know how hard your job is and underappreciated you are. Oh, thanks, man. Normally I just get people flipping me off and shouting "fuck you" to me. I'm lying to a cop. It's not illegal, but they hate it. That would be a lot of donuts. I define meeting someone, though. Like, if I have a chat, if I'm out at, for example, these vaporwave events I go to, I'm out at a bar and I just have a short few-minute conversation with someone, never even learn their name. Does that count as meeting them? Do I have to give them donuts? Or do I have to tell them my name, they tell me their name, and then I have to give them donuts? That counts? Oh. So basically I have to bring enough donuts for everyone at the bar to get a full large box of donuts. It's a lot of donuts. But still probably cheaper than a life-size, getting custom life-size cutouts made and giving them a small noose would just be like a threat. Especially if it's a black person. That would be a racist threat. You are not paying for the cutouts. Oh. Well, in that case, I'll do that. Because if I'm not paying for it, then that would just be funny. God, Big Red, come on. You're so close. You're right there. And you choke it away. Every time. Well, that's the end of the game. Virginia Tech wins because they're just gonna run the clock out now. Oh no. Yeah. No, yeah. No. Yeah. And we've made it to the finals. Hertz versus Turks. Who is the better tea animal? There's no football in that shot. Not paying for any of these options? Oh, if I don't have to pay for them, give me the donuts. I'll absolutely go with the donuts. Make all kinds of friends with the donuts. Maryland versus Virginia Tech. At Hawaii. I thought I'd have to be paying for and stocking up on donuts anytime I went out to some kind of event. But if I'm not paying for these options, I'll give people some donuts. That'd be a fantastic conversation starter.
Number 6 sets a return.
That's not who that is. That man is not a turd. But the donuts are just basic. That's fine. Donuts are donuts. No one's going to turn down free donuts. Well, they might. But still a better conversation starter than a life-size cutout of myself. Like, here, I'm narcissistic enough to give you me. He went nowhere. Oh, my knees, my butt. Everything's starting to get sore from sitting here for almost 5 hours. I was only minus 5 yards. It looked so much further back than that. Now see, if it were a body pillow with me printed on it, like what was it, Daki Makura? But me, I might lean towards that one because that would just be hilarious. But a cardboard cutout of me would. That would just be trash. I don't want to give people trash.
Gain of 3 on the play. That'll make it 2nd and 7.
Roger. Let's go. Hey, we got Mike, number 53. Mike, 53.
Oh, the turkey knows kung fu. Turks are in danger. We got kung fu turkey over here.
Loss of 2 on the play. That'll bring up 2nd and 11.
Larry. Let's go. Hey, we got Mike, number 53. Mike, 53.
When you meet someone every time, would you rather give them a life-size body pillow of yourself, double extra large box of champagne, or a small box folder labeled top secret? Is it just a folder labeled top secret? No documents or anything in the folder? And this is every time I see someone, or is this every time I meet a new person? Because eventually, if this is every time I see someone, no matter who it is, I'd have to go with the folders, because my roommate, my coworkers, they would appreciate the champagne at first. But then after 3 days, they'd be like, stop giving me this. I don't want it. I haven't drank the last thing you got me. Take it away. But if this is another meeting someone for the first time, probably the champagne. Folders and the papers are pictures of yourself with your YouTube Kick Twitch channel. First time every day. Then I've got to go with the folders, because that would get old. The other two would get old and overwhelming so fast. The others are just papers. They can just toss them in the recycling bin. No harm, no foul. But a body pillow of me, it would be funny the first time, and then the second time it would already be annoying. It would be a nice gesture and a thoughtful gift of the champagne first, maybe 3 times. And then after that, it would just be overwhelming. What the fuck do you expect me to do with another one? I still have 3 of them. I don't need this. Why are you giving me this again? With the paper, just be like, I made a deal. Just throw it away. But I have to give this to... I made a deal. I have to give this to you. Just throw it away. And they'll be like, okay. I might look in it. But then they'd be, whatever, and throw it out. Hey, Masood, how's it going? If I say the first time you meet them every year, in that case, probably the champagne. Like the donuts. No one's going to turn down food and drink. Especially if it's good. It's boxed champagne, so it's not going to be good champagne. But champagne just tastes good. So... Hey, end of the first quarter. Nobody scored. A true finals match. How have you been? I've been okay. I'm very tired right now. And I don't know. Well, right now it's probably because I've been watching football for almost 5 hours. But even before I started, I was tired, and I don't know why. Because last night I went to bed at 7. Woke up 3 hours later. Watched half of season 2 of Invincible. Went back to bed by 1 a.m. And then woke up at 10 this morning. So I shouldn't be tired. But I am tired. How about you, man? How's it going? I feel like I've got something in my eye. It won't go away. I was suddenly paranoid. I never started recording. We're good. I did. We're recording. I got pretty stressed this week with work, but it's gotten better. Well, that's good. It's gotten better. Sucks it was a stressful week. I don't know if you get weekends off, but if you do, you've made it to the weekend. Relax. Weekends are not time for stress. But hey, as long as it's getting better, that's good. Played the Paper Mario 1000 Year Door remake, and it's great. I started the 1000 Year Door back in 2015. I made it just past the pro wrestling section. And then I put it down and never picked it back up again. So maybe I'll get the new one and check that out. Because since I never got around to playing the first 1000 Year Door. I never finished the original Paper Mario. I never actually owned that one. I rented it from video stores constantly, but I never finished it. So I feel like I gotta finish that one too. You get weekends off. Was so looking forward to it for that same reason. There you go. Hey, it's Saturday. Relax. No stress on Saturday. Saturday's your no stress day. Sunday can have a little bit of stress because the next day's Monday. But Saturday's no stress. No stress allowed on Saturdays. New one fixes a lot of backtracking issues the original had in later chapters. I highly recommend it now. All right. I remember having there was a point where to progress you had to purchase a certain series of items from the shop to be let in to see the mafia boss. And I remember having no clues onto what those items were. And I was streaming at the time, and someone in chat just gave me the answer. And I'm like, okay, thank you. I had no idea what to do. Did they give any better hints to that? I feel like that's what I would need. Lots of small quality of life changes that made the GOAT Paper Mario even better. All right. I'll have to pick it up whenever I've got extra money. Or if it ever goes on sale. It's a Nintendo game. It's not ever going to go on sale. Or maybe I'll just finally try to figure out how to hack the Switch. That is a reference to a puzzle in the original N64 game. They did have a hint, but since you know what to do, you just do it. Fair enough. I think that's what the person that I had in chat did too. They had just like, this is barely hinted at. This is what you do. Like, oh, okay. I'll just go do that then, because I had no idea what to do, where to go at this point. So it was technically spoilers, technically backseat gaming, but I had no other ideas on what the fuck to do at the time, so I was okay with it. Game does hint more straightforwardly what you need to do. Okay. Well, that's good to know, because I remember that part specifically being what when I went, I have no idea where to go now. I've got no clues. I will, whenever I've got the extra money, which probably won't be for a bit, I'll pick it up, check it out. Even added a hint button. Oh, well, that's nice. Hints are helpful. Especially when you're an adult with a full-time job who's trying to play games to relax and not think about things. And you're like, hey, Paper Mario, that's a simple game. And you've got a puzzle with no obvious solution, and you're like, fuck. I don't want to think right now. Some hardcore fans hate how they made things easier, but hey, the more accessible to everyone, the better. Exactly. That's... And a hint button, they don't have to press the button. You can play the entire game without pressing the hint button. You don't need to press the hint button. It's there for people who need it or want it, and will improve the accessibility experience. It's not a bad thing to add because it's not being forced on anyone. If you don't want it, don't use it. Just don't hit the button. Problem solved. Like, I'd probably be more into Souls games if they had an easy mode. Because, like, I love the aesthetic of Bloodborne. I liked what I played of Elden Ring. I'm shit at both of them. I can't do it. Couldn't do it. Every so often, I go back to Bloodborne because I want to see more of the game. I love that cosmic eldritch horror. But I can barely beat a basic enemy, much less bosses. So I never actually make any progress and get to see more of it.
False start, offense.
Offense false start. They were just standing there.
Still fourth down.
What'd they do? Mainly hate how there's a retry option when you game over that allows you to try again. What's wrong with that? Game overs shouldn't have been a thing since arcade days. With the function to save the game, that makes a game over completely pointless. The only difference between retry and load game is walking to the point where you game overed at. That's dumb. It removes the challenge of the pit of 100 trials if you retry the floor you lost on instead of respawning outside. Just an option. Either you use it or not. You're free to choose. Exactly. If you don't want it, don't use it. I guarantee you everyone bitching about it is going to use it. The turkey's on a roll. Who's going to win, one turkey or three turts? The turkey, apparently.
That makes it 2nd and 14.
He didn't even get to do anything. The Turks had no blockers. And there's the half in 16 seconds. And there's the half. There we go. Which means you know what time it is, kids. It's time to buy a Nissan. Or whatever ads are playing now. My one sub that's not here, buy a Nissan. Everyone else, buy whatever ads probably aren't playing for you right now. Come on and let me see you shake your tail feathers. Come on and let me see you shake your tail feathers. I feel like these games normally take, these tournaments normally take 6 hours. This is going to be like 5.5. Why is this one a half hour shorter? It's weird. Do I normally take a break in the middle? Okay, we get it. Do I need to hit a button? Normally you just go. Did the game break again? Normally just... I had to hit a button. I've never had to hit a button there before. Turkey knows Kung Fu. Big pass. Big pass. Big pass. Look at that turkey. It's got a big ass. Just making all kinds of AC/DC Big Jack references. He went out of bounds before he even crossed the first down line. Why would you do that? There was no one around you. Everyone's been stupid in this game. So tonight, in this tournament tonight. Especially Big Red though. Big Red did a lot of dumb things. And I'm pretty sure being stupid is what cost him the game. Scary turkey. My child is peeking out of her house. She hasn't been out of her house in like 2 weeks. The turkey's tied it up. The Turts, you're losing it. Oh, there was another Seven Nation Army. I think that's number 5 that I remember tonight.
Number 9 makes the tackle. That's good for a gain of 5 yards. That makes it third.
I wonder if how many times Seven Nation Army plays correlates to how well the game runs. Because we haven't heard it very much tonight. And the game's broken several times. But the tournaments where it was just constantly playing, almost on loop, ran flawlessly. It's Seven Nation Army curse. Turkey's got ghost tails. They just go straight into the ground.
Going to 88. You're going to 88. No chance. Pass, pass.
The pass falls incomplete.
They tried. Big pass. Did not work out. I respect the attempt, though. That was an unnecessary flip. Also, it just sounded like a bunch of Bowser grunts. Where did those come from? Instead of a double XL box, we should say a truckload of champagne or of donuts. I guess either way, that changes my answer, because unless, like, if I go to a bar, unless everyone in the bar is sharing the truckload of donuts and champagne, and it's not a truck for each person, or my coworkers, everyone's sharing the truck and it's not a truck for each person, that would be obnoxious immediately. But if it's everyone sharing the truck, that would be obnoxious the second time around, not the first time around. But if it's a truckload for each person, oh, I have to change my answer then. Oh. How would they even get it home? They can't drive 2 cars at once. Do I have to drive the truck to their house for them? What are the logistics of that? Magic, fair enough.
Hey, we got Mike, number 53. Mike 53. Down. Hey, just Oklahoma.
It's them self-driving trucks from that tried to run Logan off the road in the movie Logan.
Good for a gain of 6 yards. That'll make it 2nd and 4.
Are we just running out the clock? Nope. Probably should have, though.
Loss of 3 yards on the play. That makes it 37.
Three down. 47, Mike. 47, Mike. Mike, 47. Hey! 47.
Number 20 on the tackle.
There's the third quarter with a tie game. Have we had a game go into overtime yet? We did. There was, I think it may have been last tournament. I don't remember specifically. But it hasn't happened that often. Looks like it might happen now, though. Oh, I don't want it to go to overtime. I'm ready for it to be over. I'm ready to be done.
4 down. And 58 is the Mike. Go 58 to the Mike. Let's go. 59 Philly.
Someone just said 69 billion. That's a lot of 69s.
The ball carrier. That's good for a gain of 3 yards. That'll make it 2nd and 7.
I guess it probably won't go into overtime. Someone's going to get close enough for a field goal. A truckload for each person would be funny but annoying. It would be great the first time. And if they're people I don't see every day, it would be great the second time. Maybe the third time. But for people I see every day, that would become obnoxious on day 2. Become the worst thing in the world on day 2.
Gain of 2 on the play. That'll make it 2nd and 7. That's good for a gain of 11 yards. First down.
It's like, I'd love to get one truckload of magic donuts that never spoil. Or one truckload of champagne.
That makes it 1st and 10.
And then not again until that runs out, because that would take months, if not a year, to run out.
Gain of 2 yards.
I'd also probably become a alcoholic for champagne if we went with that one. I'd also get very fat off the donuts, because that would be my breakfast. Once per year, okay. If it's only once per year, then that would be fantastic for everyone. Free champagne would be great. Free donuts would be great. And then don't worry about having too many for a year. And then every year you get a restock. That'd be fantastic. Hey, Maryland got a touchdown. Now, unless the Turks also get a touchdown, we're safe from overtime. Or once per month, that's still too much. Well, it depends on how big the truck is. Is it like those Japanese Honda or Suzuki little bitty trucks? Just fill up the bed with a box of champagne or a box of donuts? Or is it like a U-Haul box truck? Or is it like a semi 18-wheeler trailer? If it's one of the Honda Suzuki little bitty trucks, once a month might still be too much, but it would be doable. Anything bigger than that once a month would still be too much. Semi. Oh God. Once a month would be too much.
Here we go. Let's bring it. Let's go. Let's bring it.
Still way too much. I think even once every 6 months might be too much. If it's that kind of truck, I think once a year might be too much. 'Cause I was picturing like one of the U-Haul box trucks. And you could feasibly do every 6 months for those. But I think every year is perfect for that. But a full semi-trailer, you might be looking at... You'd have to throw a lot of parties, is what I'm saying. That turkey just decked the turtle in the face. Punched him in the beak. A semi-truckload. That's, in order to be a good option, would have to be at minimum once a year. Probably less. That's so many donuts or champagne. Hey Google, how many gallons can a semi-truck trailer carry?
According to International Used Truck Centers, when you factor in the radius of operation, a semi-truck tank generally holds 120 to 150 gallons of fuel per tank, meaning that 2 tanks will total up to 300 gallons.
That's just for the fuel tanks. It thought I was asking about the fuel tanks. That's not how much the trailer can carry. And those fuel tanks are tiny compared to the full trailer. That's thousands, possibly 1 million gallons of champagne or donuts. I don't know how you would measure a gallon of donuts though. Where will your roommate keep the truckload? We wouldn't. She couldn't. There's no place for it here. Have to drive that semi-truck off a cliff somewhere into the river. Get the fish drunk. Or sugar poisoned. Or so you say a magic dimension that keeps the load. That would I hope it's a endless magic dimension, because that's so much donuts and or champagne. Virginia's trying to keep that clock going. They're really trying. The last try to keep the clock going. There's the field goal. I think that's it for the game. I guess it's possible the Turkeys could bring it back in 47 seconds, but I doubt it.
left, man left. 3 down. 47 Mike, 47 Mike. Mike, 47.
You have more trucks in that magic pocket truck dimension than in a trailer park.
Here we go, here we go.
The lot lizards would just appear.
First down. Number 3 spikes the ball. That makes it 2nd and 10.
I don't know what just happened. What would you do with a truckload of champagne? Try to throw parties. Drink it. I don't know. Have the most kick-ass New Year's celebration.
3 down.
Take it to Mizzou and just be like, hey, college frat guys, have some champagne for free. Give me $5 for it, or give me $40 for it, for the gas to get here and back. Although with that much champagne, I could probably sell it for $300, and it would still be a beautiful deal. It would, and it's still, even if I sold it for $1, it'd be infinite profit because I got it for free. And that has been today's biannual, semi-annual, buy a Nissan, kids, Mascot Mashup tournament. The winner is Maryland. Maryland moves on. YouTube, this is it. I'm ending the recording. I'm really glad I chose to only do this every 6 months, because every time it's mentally exhausting. Bye, YouTube.